I'm now watching a video called Top 10 Most Incompetent. Okay.
For the first 20 years, the Empire built.
So I'm watching a video called Top 10 Most Incompetent Imperial Officers. The two dudes from Star Wars Rebels have to be on this list. They get executed.
Shortly after the Battle of Yavin, it became apparent very quickly that the Imperial military was severely rotting from within. The choice made by Emperor Palpatine to create a military force that heavily emphasized fanaticism and loyalty to himself left the Imperial military completely unprepared for the dynamic threats the Rebel lines presented. In no place was this more present than in the Empire's officer corps. For every competent officer in the Empire, there were another lazy, corrupt, straight up stupid.
Grace, can you help?
Rotting from within. The choice made by Emperor Palpatine to create a military force that heavily emphasized fanaticism and loyalty to himself left the Imperial military completely unprepared for the dynamic threats the Rebel lines presented. In no place was this more present than in the Empire's officer corps. For every competent officer in the Empire, there are another 3 egotistical, lazy, corrupt, straight up stupid, and sometimes sociopathic individuals leading the Empire to disaster. Today we're going to be talking about those individuals. But before we begin, a word from our sponsor for today's video, Raid Shadow Legends. Usually on the modern battlefield, an army major is taking fire easily, either in the special forces or your headquarters unit has just been overrun by the enemy. And at this
What? Excuse me?
The Imperial Army was supposed to be one of the premier fighting forces in the entire galaxy. You would expect that they would have modern communications, battlefield connectivity that would allow someone like Major Stas, an executive officer, to stay way behind the front lines where he could carefully direct things from safety. So why the hell is Major Stas running around in the front lines telling Solo to get up and take that next hill? A major is extremely important to the day-to-day operations of the battalion. If he dies, he moves to run the logistics or tell people where to go. It is possible that things were going so bad for the Empire on Nippon that Major Stas just decided to say, screw it, I'm going to go to the front lines. Or perhaps he was a bit too ambitious for his own good. We're going to be seeing a lot of that on this list, by the way.
Oresco and Miles Grint. Yeah, these guys are incompetent idiots.
Doubles the kind of nonsense and damage they can do to the Imperial military. Commandant Oberlin Oresco and Taskmaster Miles Grint were both natives of the outer planet of Lothal, although you can really tell by their accents.
Shut up! Shut up.
And the Lothal Imperial Academy, and he sported a more aristocratic surface level course than the accent.
By the time you complete your training, you'll be prepared to serve your emperor.
While Taskmaster Grint had a much more rough, lower level course on the accent.
Squad NRC-077 for your inspection, sir.
Commandant Oresco might have lacked any tactical command ability, but he definitely didn't lack confidence in himself, which is a really dangerous combination.
These both get executed by Grand Inquisitor.
And Spectre would basically run circles around him. During Lothfal's Imperial Day celebration, not only did Oresco and Brent fail to maintain peace over these events, they also let the rebel cell destroy a valuable prototype TIE fighter. As a response, Commandant Oresco ordered every exit from Lothfal's capital city be blocked. He personally defended one of the roadblocks, which the rebels blasted right through. On another occasion, the pair allowed Ezra Bridger, a non-rebel fighter, to infiltrate the Imperial Academy and cause chaos amongst the ranks. These two officers really just had two jobs, and that was to keep peace on Lothfal and run an Imperial Academy. They failed miserably for many reasons. Lothfal's mining operation would become increasingly important to the Empire as they ramped up production of large projects like the Death
TIE
Star
Defender.
and Star Destroyers. And so the repeated failures of Oresco and Grint would eventually attract the attention of the feared Mothball of Tarkin. Tarkin would be less than pleased by the pair's four failed attempts to capture the rebel cell Spectre. He would order the Grand Inquisitor who accompanied him to the planet to execute both officers on the spot. Grint and Cumberland represented the type of officer you might find on an outer rim world like Lothfal. This was, of course, prior to the escalation of the conflict on that planet. Later on, you would see more competent officers.
If you don't get your moisturized hands off my body wash.
Oh shit. I don't want a Volvo, I want a Subaru. Constantine, yeah, he wasn't an idiot.
Was actually a course something needed, and he had graduated from the prestigious Axis War College. His arrogance far surpassed even the Commandant's for good reason. He commanded a fleet of fearsome Star Destroyers. The fleet commander during this time period, basically operations, but Admiral Constantine was seeking the type of glory one could only find in battle. Yet time and time again, when testing the process of allowed Spectre rebel self to escape from his grasp. And as the conflict would escalate on Lothfal, Constantine would see his role in the Lothfal sector fleet diminish. The appearance of Mothball of Tarkin on planet delegated him to the simple role of ship captain. Later on, when Admiral Thrawn and his 7th Fleet emerged, he was assigned to captain an Integrator-class cruiser. It was an important tactical weapon, and any intelligent officer would understand it. But Constantine, prideful as ever, saw this as a demotion from Star Destroyer to cruiser. And that's because he was the type of officer who had his head stuck in regulation books and classification books. He didn't really understand that he was being placed in charge of a very, very special department. A closer examination of Constantine's career shows us that he's incredibly lucky that he even got that post. He was captaining Tarkin's Star Destroyer, the Sovereign, as a Pomona. He was responsible for letting the rebel fugitive Chancellor of the New Republic, Mothma.
Price was also kind. Price was okay. But Price was officially kind of stupid too.
I guess the only thing that Admiral Constantine was confident at was surviving, and he mainly did this by blaming his own failures on subordinates. It's a classic Imperial officer move. During the Battle of Altamont, the impatient Admiral refused to listen to Grand Admiral Thrawn's command to keep his cruiser in the rear of the Imperial nation. It was supposed to maintain position and keep rebel reinforcements from arriving,
And he got his
cruiser fleet from escaping. Instead, when Rebel Commander Jun Sato went on the attack with a Quasar Fire-class cruiser carrier, Constantine took the bait and engaged the ship by getting closer to it, not knowing that this was exactly what Jun Sato wanted him to do. The Rebel Commander would ram his carrier into Constantine's, taking out the interdictor and creating an open lane for hyperspace travel for the rebels. The Empire would get the tactical victory at Altamont, but the rebels would ultimately escape with the majority of their fleet, so it was a strategic victory. Rounding out the competent free-flying Lothfal garrison is beyond the list, the Mason Conquest.
List.
And that's perhaps because he's a bit younger and lower expectations from him. Perhaps it's because he was kind of a decent person. He actually cared about Imperial citizens on Lothfal, which you would expect would be like a, prerequisite for all Imperial officers, but it clearly was not. Lieutenant List was fanatic about his job. At a relatively young age, Lieutenant List would become the Imperial supply master for the fall. If you watched our videos about the Imperial military, you'll know that logistics was incredibly important for the Empire, and the fall had many Imperial mining operations and weapons production programs which made logistics here even more important. However, on a routine relief mission by Princess Leia Organa of Alderaan to Lothal, Yogurless would be fooled by her charming demeanor mixed with a little bit of royal authority. Princess Leia was on the planet doing a fake relief mission. Her real job was to allow her 3 Sphearna-class Hammerhead Corvettes to be stolen by the rebels so they could use it in their future battles. Yogar would actually post guards and even magnetic clamps onto these ships, but still his efforts would police and not prevent the theft of all 3 of these ships. One of those Hammerhead Corvettes, the Lightmaker, would go on to make one of the most efficient kills in all of the Galactic Civil War, when it rammed the Star Destroyer into another Star Destroyer, which then fell into the shield gate over Scarif, which ultimately allowed the rebels to transmit the Death Star plans off the planet. So remember, a little bit of incompetence here leads to Imperial deaths down the road. Lieutenant Yogurless would meet his own end after being accused of being a rebel spy by ISB agent Callus, who himself was a traitor.
Price. Yep, I knew it. She is incompetent. She always... She's even an idiot when she could have gotten a chance to live, but she swore loyalty to the Empire, ultimately getting herself killed in the explosion of the Lothal Dome.
Now, as a politician, Governor Price was extremely popular. She actually engineered the downfall of many individuals, including Moff Gotti, who was actually once her superior. She even mentored the great Imperial strategist Thrawn. This is one of the few skills that was just later lacked. But due to the poor quality of the military leadership on the fall that we just mentioned, the last few years, Governor Price actually had to assume control of a few operations herself. Her greatest failure was also probably her greatest military success, defeating the Jedi rebel Charles. She had to kill the Jedi, which was no small feat, but she had to take out the entire Lothal City through the depot to do it. This field depot also happened to be the main supply point for the TIE. The destruction of the fuel source severely postponed the TIE Defender program, which meant that resources allocated for it was redirected to the Death Star. Expensive starfighter compared to regular TIE fighters proved to be an immense challenge for the rebels on the fall of the battle. The TIE Defender was a starfighter that dominated the Rebel Alliance very robust starfighter corps. Putting more resources into the TIE Defender program probably would have been a much better idea than building Death Star. Governor Price's last defeat would be the loss of Lothal to the Rebel Alliance. She would die inside the Imperial Planetary Occupation Facility as it exploded over Lothal's capital city.
Red Riding Hood loved visiting Grandma's house. Unfortunately, others did too.
Scarif was a beautiful tropical planet, full of shallow lagoons. Located far in the outer rim and chosen as the location for a top-secret research center and Imperial archive. Its remote location kept all of those Imperial secrets far away from the prying eyes of the Imperial Senate on Coruscant. Apparently, they were too lazy to travel all the way into the outer rim to inspect things. And at that time, they still had a little sway over public opinion. Due to the sensitive nature of the information being held on the planet, the garrison posted there was considered pretty high quality. It was made up of mainly stormtroopers and short troopers. But because Scarif had essentially an impenetrable planetary shield over it, discipline on the planet was pretty relaxed, and that was because of charge of security on the base of General Sartoris. He was a pudgy-looking man unlike the rest of the higher-ranking officers stationed, essentially chilling out on a tropical island until he could find them. When Janos and Rogue One launched their raid into the planets, the Death Star planets, General Locker was so shocked by the explosion caused by the raid that he had to be reminded to do something by visiting Director Orson Krennic. By spreading out their forces and using distractions, the Rebel Commander team was able to cause chaos all over the military base, which ultimately allowed the smaller subunits to steal the force of the planets. General Rondo, the glad I got it, this is one. Rondo Taunton 4 was captured by the Devastator as a series of escape pods were jettisoned from the ship. Lieutenant Hydra, who was manning the nearest weapons emplacement, was prepared to fire on those escape pods, but was told to hold fire by Bolton because no life signs were spotted. Had Hydra fired on those escape pods, the Death Star plans would have never reached the Rebellion, and then the Rebel base on Yavin 4 would have been completely destroyed, and the Rebellion probably would have ended. Also, with the destruction of R2-D2, we might never even get the story of Star Wars here on Earth, because everything in the main story is essentially told from his point of view. Now, once it was found out by Darth Vader that the droids escaped those pods, Bolton would cover his ass by filling out a form known as the INS 776TX, which was a mid-cruise extravehicular weapons emplacement inspection. This meant that poor Lieutenant Hydra had to go outside of the ship and inspect all the turbo lasers. This also meant that he couldn't be questioned by Vader and give up Bolton for making him hesitate on firing on those escape pods. Lieutenant Hydra also needed spacewalks because he got to do shit. Now, we did an entire video about Wilhelm Tarkin's many screw-ups, but for one reason or another, after come around to Tarkin's own stupidity plan. But the biggest damage that Tarkin did to the Empire was his military philosophy known as the Tarkin Doctrine. It correctly diagnosed the huge problem the Empire faced that governed the entire galaxy, but his remedy was completely idiotic. He believed that by creating enemies that were forced to subdue the galaxy's population. Much like how his uncle lured giant alien lions into space or by sending them into the wild as a teenager with only a spear. Currently, it was like a marketing family creation. Everything from the Imperial Black Star Destroyer to the AT-AT, and of course the Death Star, was a direct result of Tarkin's doctrine. If you've seen our last few videos, you'll know that these were not machines built for warfare or to succeed tactically on the battlefield. Instead, they were part of a larger strategy to scare the entire galaxy into submission. Unfortunately, Tarkin's brutal use of these weapons only aided the Rebellion's cause, while Tarkin became the Rebellion's most efficient recruiter. Admiral Kendall Oswald was such a buffoon that many in the Star Wars community believe that he was without expecting. But if you follow this man's career, which somehow went back as far as the Clone Wars, to his most recent posting as a fleet admiral in charge of the Executor-class Star Dreadnought, the Executor, you'll see a pattern of complete foolishness and brashness in this individual. He always lacked intelligence and situational awareness. It's a miracle that he survived as long as he did. Kendall Oswald's luck would finally run out during an operation led by Darth Vader to find out where the main rebel base was located. Oswald's first screw-up during this operation happens when an Imperial scout droid beams back images from the planet of Hoth of what looks like shield generators. The Admiral dismisses the possibility that the rebels were hiding on Hoth, either because he's lazy or stupid, or again, he's a straight-up rebel agent. Vader Admiral Oswald to prepare the fleet to be instructed. Admiral Oswald sees this as a great opportunity to work, and so he jumps his fleet directly over the planet of Hoth instead of, say, on the other side of Hoth Star, so that rebel scanners can't approach. This is exactly what happens. The rebel line is able to detect the hyperspace signature of the Imperial fleet way before he even arrives, allowing them to prepare for the mission. Darth Vader, who's had enough of Oswald wandering ways like that, chokes him to death with a monitors. Before Admiral Kendall Oswald commanded the Executive, Darth Vader had choked his predecessor, Grand General Cassian Tag, to death right in front of him. And after Oswald, he really promoted Admiral Purpose.
I got a guy in the background goes, what? Did someone just die?
Shield generators for the base, which I guess makes him at least a bit more confident than Oswald. Whereas his predecessor was a bumbling, loud fool, yet was a quieter fool who was quite proficient and should be blamed for his own failures towards others. His short tenure as the commander of the Executor would end at the Battle of Endor. The Admiral had positioned his Super Star Destroyer directly above the second Death Star inside of its gravity well. When an out-of-control A-Wing smashed through the bridge of the massive ship, he killed Admiral Pietz along with the rest of the bridge crew. Without anyone in control of the Executor, it slowly veers into the second Death Star and crashes right into it. So there you have it, guys. 10, 11 really incompetent Imperial officers. And let me tell you something, there was a really long list I had to like kind of shorten because I can't make like an hour-long video. Well, I could if I wanted to. I know some of you guys actually watched it, but the point is, there's something really wrong with the Imperial officers.
Look at they all were stupid.
Well, guys, if you guys enjoyed this video,
8 most competent, so now the Grand Admiral Thrawn has to be one of them. I need more tanks. I have run out of tanks.
in our recent video about the most incompetent officer in the Empire, we talked about how for every one incompetent officer there is, so roughly 3 more sabotaging the Empire with their stupidity, greed, and ambition. In today's video, we'll be covering those incompetent individuals. Hopefully this will give you a glimpse of what the Empire could have been if it wasn't run by a manic wizard and his paranoid, sycophantic backstabbing buddy. General Maximilian Pierce was a towering man at 6'4". He had risen to the ranks of the Imperial Army through skill, cunning, determination, and also a bit of luck. He had been assigned on the Death Star battle station, but was absent when it was destroyed. The event also took out many superiors. Maximilian Pierce would prove himself in more than a dozen different battles in the earlier years of the Black War. He was a brilliant ground warfare tactician and did not hesitate to put himself on the front lines. Not for blind glory, but to better see battlefield and the vanguard of weaker positions and enterprise. One could argue that General Pierce was the urban Robin of the Imperial Army's Armored Corps. General Pierce would eventually be assigned to run the Death Squadron and personally lead the Sith Lord's ground forces. On one occasion, Admiral Kendall and General Pierce were at Vader's castle under support. They found the Dark Lord standing at a viewing platform looking over the molten planet. Also, who lacked patience and tact, as usual, blurted out how the rebels were vermin and asked Vader how he would eliminate them. Pierce would interrupt and tell Oswald that he was mistaken and that the rebels were weeds, and that the Empire was like a storm, powerful but incapable of taking out their enemies. What Pierce was proposing was massive reforms to the Imperial military, a bold request to a Sith Lord who was known to kill officers for just the slightest transgressions. But Vader instead tells Pierce that he had made an interesting point, which is a win. Who knows how different
That's interesting.
ground forces would have looked like if someone was in charge, perhaps to smaller commando units that were better suited for fighting the asymmetrical warfare that the rebel guerrillas used. Mithra Naruto, or Thrawn, is probably one of the most brilliant.
Thrawn is my favorite.
His analytical abilities are so high that it makes me wonder if he's a savant of some type. Even amongst his own just were brilliant in calculating, Thrawn really stood out. Just territory is located in the unknown region, an exceptionally chaotic area of the galaxy where normal hyperspace travel was extremely dangerous because of the high concentration of gravitational anomalies. Only the toughest and craftiest species could survive in this area of space, and not even the mighty Chiss knew what exactly was waiting for them just a few jumps away from their own territory. And so young commanders like Thrawn had to be prepared to encounter all sorts of unknown species with no military capabilities and intent, which is why the Chiss Expansionary Defense Force's First Contact Protocol usually involved officers observing new species from the safety of their local ship. This was a role that Thrawn oftentimes picked up, not because he was arrogant or seeking glory, but because he was able to read combat situations with such clarity.
Thrawn's like the first member of his kind to actually make contact with the outside world, isn't he?
Thrawn was a student of culture. He had a firm belief that he could perceive the tactical and strategic intentions of new alien species solely by observing their culture. Therefore, Thrawn had a massive collection of alien artifacts, manuscripts, and other cultural items that he would decipher in order to predict the movements of his enemies. And so, in most battles against new alien species, Thrawn was a few steps ahead. He was able to translate those cultural tendencies into battlefield. But like all Spartans, Thrawn did have deficiencies elsewhere, including his inability to understand politics. And politics, unfortunately, in the ascendancy meant a lot, especially amongst the big ruling families that basically controlled everything. Thrawn's success was eventually drew to ire from the more conservative elements of his society, and so the talented commander would have to go into exile on a decades-long mission to learn more about lesser space, or what everyone else knows as the rest of the Star Wars galaxy. Luckily for Emperor Palpatine, Thrawn became an officer in the Navy. Even the extremely human-centric officer corps in the Empire had to tolerate Thrawn's presence. Thrawn's two most important contributions to the Empire would be the design of the advanced Titan Defender program and the Starfighter to hide against the Rebel Alliance. Unfortunately, once again, Thrawn did not have the skill to gather enough resources or political support for that program, and instead, a lot of the funding that was supposed to go to his program went to the Death Star. Thrawn's second contribution was his vicious campaign against the Lothal rebel movement. He was able to destroy a good portion of the rebel fleet at the Battle of Atalon, and managed to almost destroy the entire Lothal resistance, but was waylaid by a gigantic fleet of space whales. Not even Thrawn could overcome the most powerful force in the entire galaxy, and that is, of course, Plot.
COVID-19, some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for
Like
those
stupidity?
who get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes.
Cassio?
Cassio Tag was born into an extremely wealthy family, owners of Tag Corporations. When Emperor Palpatine transitioned the Republic into the Galactic Empire, he didn't just do it through force with his clone army. There are plenty of powerful individuals and families in the galaxy that he still had to do backroom deals with to ensure that the transition was as peaceful as possible. See, even the most autocratic dictators have to answer to other people. Cassio Tag was the chief of the Imperial Army, and a member of the Joint Chiefs. He basically ran the day-to-day operations of the Imperial Army and only answered to Palpatine himself. But as a member of the Joint Chiefs Advisory Board, he also advised the Emperor on military-related matters. Cassio Tag was a thick and powerful individual. He was perceived to be one of the advocated by enemies in the Navy. In a way, he was a commander in a galaxy where ground forces were becoming more and more obsolete thanks to the Imperial Navy's growing power and ability to basically bombard everyone into submission. A lot of the elites in the Imperial Navy, which basically had zero battle experience, believed that the Army grunt was no longer necessary and their battleships could basically defeat enemies from orbit using turbo lasers. Sounds kind of familiar. Of course, they were wrong. The reality was, Cassio Tag was actually a very pragmatic and modern military officer. He knew the importance of gathering data, analyzing that data, and applying it to reform.
My type of man.
He was one of the only advisory board Sparta or brave enough to announce that he would be the rebel alliance to the dangerous threat to the Empire, and more importantly, the Death Star. Cassio Tag hated the Death Star. He would call it Tarkin's folly, and he would constantly butt heads with Grand Moff, and also the leader of the Navy, who was Admiral Cody. Cassio Tag would be reported by Emperor Palpatine for his accurate prediction of what would happen to the Death Star. The Major General would be promoted to Grand General and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. He would have control over the great strategy for pursuing the rebels as the second Death Star was being constructed. The Grand General, however, worked very closely with Darth Vader, which Garrett Versio was the main architect of the planet Bardos on the Empire. It was one of the many worlds in the core region of the galaxy that enjoyed a great deal of success and economic growth because of Emperor Palpatine's empire. Prior to joining the Empire, Bardos was an extremely poor, backwards planet with very little access and security elements based onto it. After it joined the Empire, it would eventually become known as a utopian imperial world, and basically an example for the rest of the galaxy. Garrett Versio would rise to the ranks of the Imperial Security Bureau and reach the rank of Admiral in the late stages of the war. He was an extremely ruthless and capable commander. He would be sent by Emperor Palpatine to chase down some of the most dangerous rebel cells in the galaxy. Admiral Versio would also be the mastermind behind the establishment of Inferno Squad, a special forces unit that was designed specifically to counter the type of asymmetrical threat that the Empire was facing. Had Admiral Versio been given more resources to train more of these units, which specialized not only in commando tactics, but also going deep undercover and infiltrating rebel cells, horrendous Operation Cinder Plan. This was a part of Emperor Palpatine's larger contingency plan, which included a scorched earth policy that targeted several loyal Imperial worlds, including Bardos.
Or Krennic.
The Death Star program, in many ways, was sort of like the Operation Barbossa of the Empire. It was completely unnecessary, it consumed far too many resources, and it used too many of the Empire's finest soldiers and officers. But from a construction point of view, the Death Star was perhaps one of the most ambitious and extraordinary projects ever carried out by any faction in the galaxy. The sheer amount of moving parts, resources, different factions, and corporations that were involved in this project.
Yeah, right, this stuff.
Simply mind-blowing. The Empire essentially built a moon that housed a massive city inside of it that was surrounding one of the most powerful weapons ever built. And all of this had to be done without anyone else in the wider galaxy knowing. So the Death Star in its early stages was built in small pieces with individual research teams developing a portion of the larger city.
I just spat out.
Many of these scientists and engineers had no idea what they were working on. Many of the shipping companies who were moving supplies to construction sites had no idea what the materials were for. And in charge of everything was the brilliant director Krennic. Not only did he manage to get the Death Star built without most of the galaxy knowing,
What kind of weapon of planet is it?
he also managed to meet most of the different deadlines set before him. In any other faction or corporation outside of the Galactic Empire, someone like Director Orson Krennic would be highly sought after for his project management abilities. He's a focused and organized individual who has enough technical knowledge to hire the right specialists. He was also a psychopath who was willing to use any tool possible to manipulate and coerce people to get the job done right. Because, you know, if he doesn't meet that deadline, he gets choked. Not in like an enjoyable, sensible way. Even if the individual doing the choking is wearing a mask and covered in a leather bodysuit. Orson Krennic ultimately gets destroyed by his own creation, which was stolen by him by one of the most ambitious and probably idiotic Imperials of all time, Moff Tarkin.
So?
The new iPhone 14 Pro. It's amazing.
Yep, the camera's incredible. And you'll get our best deal.
Nice, but everyone should do it.
It's like $50,000, yep. Ray Sloan.
As a young Imperial cadet, Ray Sloan actually saved the Empire by accident. Emperor Palpatine and Darth Vader had arrived on compliance flight training for the inspection of the Planet's office. Commandant Pel Balo, an old Republic naval officer who ran that institute, was secretly plotting an assassination of Palpatine. Once they arrived on his school, he would jump the entire ship straight into the star. Unfortunately for him, Cadet Ray Sloan was sitting at the navigation desk when he put in those hyperspace jump coordinates. Sloan double-checked the bearings and noticed that if she had followed through with the order, Defiance would have jumped straight into the opposite star again. Pel Balo would be retired by Vader permanently for his treacherous actions. See, Ray Sloan, like a lot of good Imperials, was born on a planet that was lawless and basically run by spice gangs and slavers. She sought to escape poverty and gain true blood joining the Empire, and she truly believed in its motto of bringing peace and stability to the wider galaxy.
That's a lot. That's a lie.
Become the captain of her own.
Let's be honest, the United States actually kind of feels like the Empire. We promise peace and all that stuff, but we kind of screw over a lot of people that we come in contact with, we realize, if you look into the details long enough.
Death Star wiped out more than 80 million Imperial personnel. But what really makes her remarkable was that she never really had to be cruel in her position of command, and perhaps that's because her ability and skill gave her a little bit of flexibility. Her service to the Empire was exemplary. Later on in her career, she reported that another major conspiracy against the Empire being carried out by one of the experts known as Count Danvers. She also took part in the battle of the war. So it wasn't surprising that Ray Sloan was actually chosen by her Palpatine's plan to lead the remnants of the Imperial. It was beneath her steady guiding hand that the Imperial remnant would provide his vision for Ray for the dangerous unknown region. She and her Ray came from an extremely poor and rural area of the continent, and Blue Kip was located in the rim. She got an opportunity for investigating the Imperial Academy, which was being paid many victories that day, but ultimately was unable to prevent an out-of-control A-wing from flying into the bridge of the Executor, which eventually led to a series of events that destroyed the entire ship. Sienna Reed would survive Endor, but her ship was caught in the shockwave of destruction that set the Death Star. She would be severely injured by the incident, but the loss of the Executor and most of her shipmates made her only more furious at the rebellion. During the Battle of Jakku, Sienna Reed would actually be promoted to the rank of captain and then be given command of her own Star Destroyer. But during that battle, her ship would be boarded by rebel commandos. Captain Reed would attempt to evacuate her ship and aim to destroy the ship with all the rebels on it. She, however, would be thwarted by an old friend from her home planet who had defected to the rebellion, and she would eventually be arrested by the people. Sienna Reed, in many ways, was the perfect Imperial officer, and she was also a very kind-hearted individual who cared a lot about the people she served with. She understood that the Empire had grown increasingly evil and hostile, especially after the destruction of Alderaan, but the losses she had suffered during the war ultimately blinded her with hatred from it.
Alexander Callis. Like Agent Callis?
Alexander Callis' loyalty to the Empire was hardened early on in his career, when his unit was ambushed by a Lasat mercenary working with Saw Gerrera's partisans. He saw his brothers in arms get executed by the partisans one by one. This only made him more loyal to the Empire. A native Coruscanti and graduate of the prestigious Royal Imperial Academy, Agent Callis had the intelligence and attitude to be enlisted into the Imperial Security Bureau. The young man was actually personally mentored by Wolf Yularen, the Clone Wars hero. Callis excelled at using the vast resources of the Empire to hunt down various rebel threats. In individual combat, he was also quite proficient, not only with a blaster, mind you,
but with melee.
Quite good at wielding a
and ISB agents are so athletic.
Aurelios in melee combat, which is no mean feat given the strength of the Lasat species. But like many competent Imperial officers, Agent Callis eventually became a source of pride in the Empire, especially once he began to understand what the Agent Callis would turn his skills against the Empire and serve as the brother. Callis was placed in a position to spy on high-ranking Admiral Kwan and Moff Wilhelm Tarkin. Because of Callis' intel, that the rebellion has survived so well. So, as you can see, this is a lot of these images are back to the rebellion, or they ran from the rebellion, or Vader, or which kind of shows you just what the president
Hey, smell all this. I know it's taking a while, I might be doing nothing, but still.
Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Subscribe to that notification down below so you don't miss out on the rest of the process. As usual, my name is Alan. I am really hot right now, 100 degrees. And my allegiance is to the Republic and democracy.
The new iPhone 14 Pro, it's amazing.
And you'll get our best deal.
Nice. But everyone should get it.
Everyone can get it.
Every new customer.
Every Vista customer.
Every iPhone.
Every iPhone.
Okay, my work here is done.
To be a
10 horrific stormtrooper deaths.
at all times, for you are the famous enforcer.
Alright, stormtroopers are bad, kind of bad people. Can we all just agree right now that stormtroopers don't get paid enough for what they have to go through? They literally get shot, choked, literally sent into the abyss of space to die. They get crushed, they get burnt, they get eaten, they get so much torture, man.
So no matter what planet you were deployed to, what kind of filthy environment you have to wade through, no matter how much alien blood is spilled onto your gloves, at the end of the day, when your patrol is done, you must look perfect once again. From your white polished helm down to your unscuffed plasterwood boots. For the enemies of the Empire never sleep, and tomorrow brings new horrors to overcome. And while most of you will never foresee your last day amongst the living, keeping your armor clean and in touch shape guarantees that when you do go, you will not disgrace the mighty line. Oh, there, friends.
Seriously? I'm not surprised. Stormtrooper armor looks so clean.
Is out. And today we're going to take a look at some of These are the details that they leave out of the recruitment brochures because they're so horrific that even the most fanatic cadets will be shaken in their resolve to join the Corps. And so today we present to you 10 of the worst deaths ever suffered by Stormtrooper. We did a similar video about clone trooper deaths in the past, and even though these individuals are identical copies of one another born in vats, they still had their own individual names and personalities. Perhaps it's the sameness of their appearance that forces the clone to adopt more of an individual identity. Or maybe it's their Jedi commanders that encourage them to embrace their differences. But for the Stormtroopers, it's almost the other way around. It's as if the Emperor wanted to take all of these unique humans who had different hair color, body types, and heights, and standardize them. This is so that no individual can stand out from the Imperial military. No single soldier can claim glory for himself. And so, unfortunately, many of the individuals who died gruesome deaths on this list will only be remembered by the terrible ways they died. Because ultimately, these men and women were just interchangeable cogs in a larger imperium. During what was supposed to be a routine foot patrol through Jeddah City, guarding a shipment of kyber crystals, a unit of stormtroopers were ambushed by multiple partisan insurgents using detonators and blasters. The result was chaotic, and some stormtroopers were gunned down before they could even locate their attackers. Luckily, a quick reaction force arrived on scene shortly after to chase away the terrorists and arrest those who remained down. But as one squad tries to detain an odd blind man, they use some kind of echo-protection magic. He dodged the blaster bolts. One poor trooper is taken by the blind man and used as a body shield. He instantly takes multiple shots at point-blank range from his idiot fellow trooper. This is what happens when you don't allow your troopers to fraternize each other and you also encourage them to rat each other out with misconduct. There's basically no cohesion at all. And suddenly you stop seeing the other individuals in your unit as a part of your team or even as human beings, and suddenly there are more friendly fire incidents like this one, and you're shooting your colleague in the balls twice. Wait, let's rewind this and break down everything. First, the Stormtrooper shoots the ground and misses the Stormtrooper. Then he shoots twice center mass into his friend and realizes he needs to readjust. He needs more stability, so he goes down onto a knee and then shoots him in the nuts. And oh wait, it's not actually twice. He shoots him 3 times. It's actually a really nice, tight grouping. The poor bastard then gets shot several more times. There's the 6th time, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. Pretty sure one of those shots was in the neck or the face. And then finally, the blind guy saves the Stormtrooper by shooting at him. At which point, a second Stormtrooper shoots him in the chest. That's 10 friendly fire shots on target.
Sheesh.
It's at this point that Donnie Yen finally smacks the poor Stormtrooper in the face with his stick, which is completely unnecessary because this guy clearly died already while he was still being used as a shield. Probably around a shot. Our next trooper is an Imperial Remnant trooper. Basically, imagine being a stormtrooper but with no logistical support and no military infrastructure that surrounds you. At best, these individuals are like hired guns, at worst, bandits. Discipline was poor, morale was low, and a lot of the gear and equipment vehicles they were used to having were gone as well. To make matters worse, the individual that we'll run into is a fully blown Mandalorian. There are very few things worse than facing a Mandalorian, especially with F1 commandos. These crazy cultists never take their helmets off and have enough firepower to equip a heavy weapons platoon with just the stuff on their arm. To make matters worse, this is a highly stressed Mandalorian holding his little green baby child, so he's going to be doing his best to make sure they both get out of there alive. There's no holding back. Some of the Stormtroopers are lucky. They get to go down quickly. One gets electrocuted, a few get shot. Some get blown up by the whistling birds. You don't even hear these things coming. So it's a relatively painless death. But you don't want to be the poor bastard who gets the flamethrower to the face. See, these plastoid helmets are really good at absorbing. Supposed to hide temperatures, usually melt. So what essentially is happening here is that the plaster from his armor becomes liquid and then melts into his face, which of course causes gruesome and painful injuries to his flesh. Now this stormtrooper most likely did not die then and there. He probably just collapsed from the shock and pain. But given the lack of resources the Imperial Remnant had, especially when it came to high-end medical equipment or even backed up, I can imagine this guy's death will be slow, extremely painful, and full of sorts of other nasty things. This is why flamethrowers are probably one of the most messed up weapons you can use on another human being. This is why in our own real world, throughout the history of human warfare, individuals who were found operating this crazy weapon were oftentimes executed immediately. When a mysterious bioweapon breaks containment on board the ISD Vector...
Oh, I have to say, one of the worst deaths has to be the Death Trooper. I just read about this, and it's awful.
Way too many individuals for this to be a known disease. And then those patients expired, and then they rose from the dead, and then they started eating everything around them. In our universe, we call this a zombie plague. And the Empire is known as the Black Wing virus. TK-329 was capable enough to escape the initial surge of zombies and to escape from his commander, of course. But as he tries to make his way to the commander, he feels the virus slowly taking over. TK-329 manages to send a message to his wife and kids before the virus takes him to the control. He might be one of the luckier ones here, though, because Commander Gorster and the other officers get trapped inside of a shuttle, which is inside of the Vector's main hangar, and they get surrounded by zombies. When they run out of food, they have to use the animals. It's pretty terrible. None of them really make it alive.
There's one officer in Star Wars Rebels that gets kicked into a pit by Officer Callus. .501st. Forgot about this one.
Scout troopers were specialist stormtroopers trained in reconnaissance.
That's where I thought that this thing was.
Really fast speed bumps. During the Battle of Endor, a group of scout troopers spotted a small rebel pathfinder unit and attempted to escape in order to report their findings to the rest of the units. The rebels managed to knock out most of the scout troopers one by one, but the most brutal death occurs when Luke Skywalker tosses a scout trooper into a tree while flying at ridiculously high speed. Why is this death worse than the other scout troopers who died in a massive fiery explosion when their speeder bike ran into a tree or something like that? Well, that's because when the scout trooper hits the tree, the force is powerful enough to probably break his back, but not kill him outright. This being team was probably paralyzed and then slowly died from exposure or, I don't know, dehydration, or maybe some Ewok ran along and ate him alive. Either way, terrible to die. Beskar, when combined with the right alloys, is one of the most durable metals in the entire galaxy. It's really the secret to the Mandalorian success in combat, because how could you be anything else but successful in combat when your armor is literally indestructible? And so you can imagine just how hot a Mandalorian forge needs to be in order to melt down this type of ore to work it. Those flames are white and blue for a reason. It's probably close to 3,000 Fahrenheit in that forge, if not more. So when 5 Imperial Remnant stormtroopers on Navarro managed to trap a Mandalorian armorer around her forge, they should have realized that this is what we call in the gaming industry an interactive environmental hazard. So the armorer goes into beast mode, immediately starts knocking heads off, and one of the troopers gets launched headfirst into her forge. This is probably
Oh crap!
The flamethrower death, but it's probably a lot more painful in a much more limited time. It's probably also going to degrade the overall quality of the scar coming from that forge. You guys all know about the fearsome Ewoks of the Force of Endor. They might look soft, adorable, and delicious, but were actually ferocious nighttime hunters that were made out of extremely dense muscle. The 501st had no clue about these terrifying little teddy bears, and so when they first deployed, these innocent and naive troopers actually slept outside in the open. Now, one trooper known as Kovacs was on the first watch for his squad. The moment the rest of his unit fell asleep, a noose fell around his neck and dragged him up to the trees. The sheer strength of the Ewoks combined with the rope most likely snapped his neck. What we do know is that bits and pieces of Kovac were later found, and he turned out to be one of the first stormtroopers to be eaten by one of these terrifying little monsters. In the days that followed, the Ewok menace would grow in boldness, and soon, during the night, it was no longer safe to venture outside of an Imperial base.
Oh my god.
Weeks later, the Ewoks had become bold enough to attack them. They didn't touch them. It's one thing to watch your comrades get taken out by detonators and blasters. It's a whole nother PTSD experience to see your fellow soldiers getting eaten alive by Ewoks.
Sheesh. Now we've upgraded. Now we have tripled the capacity of our machine. Introducing the Boremaster 3.0.
Now, her own work was leading to the deaths of dozens of Mandalorians who were essentially cooked alive in their own armor. With the help of her rebel friend Sabi,
Oh yeah, right. I've seen this.
retune it this time to destroy the plasmoid armor worn by Imperial stormtroopers. Sabi was originally bent on killing all of the troopers who had corrupted her work. She was ultimately convinced by fellow Mandalorian broken time to stop her murderous behavior. Which is all nice and everything, but I feel like she had done enough damage by this point where, like, there was no going back. And this is why this Imperial combat driver suffered a terrible death. First, he was hit by the article generator beam when she was
Yeah, and literally.
and then hot molten metal from the generator fell on top of his walker, and most likely burnt through its hole and most likely severely burned him. And finally, the Star Destroyer that his walker was for him blows up because passion towards the ground. And so, Sapien Ren's gesture of blowing up the Arco generator is actually relatively impactful.
Moff Gideon.
I don't know if they have Looney Tunes in the Empire. Our heroic heavy weapons
Oh.
It was a low population in a world that had a relatively small and localized Governor Price and her stormtroopers were
No kidding. That sucks. Seriously, stormtroopers don't get paid enough for what they have to go through. Oh my god. Karen! Karen Stormtrooper. I love this video. So this should be working now.
Absolutely. I've even adjusted it so it has a higher firing rate than it did before. Cool. Catch you later. Hello. How can I help?
E11?
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it just not firing or something? Well, what seems to be the main problem with it? Maybe I can fix it for you.
By the way, if you don't get the joke here, she's saying that you should have sighted it in. Well, here's the rule. I'm a gun owner, okay? Now, you wanna know what the first thing I do when I take a gun? I sight. Not again, you little shitter. Anyway, sorry. The first thing we do, or I do, like me and my dad do, as gun owners, we sight the gun in. When you pick up a gun and try to aim with it, there's a little chance you may actually not be able to hit jack anything. It's because, like, literally, I bet you, if I find 10 people that use the same gun as me, they'll all have different adjustments for their scopes. Everybody has a different adjustment. I know it's not even real, but still.
I just want my money back. Well, most rifles aren't sighted in when you first get them. Every trooper shoots a little differently, so it's always a good idea that right when you get into the range and calibrate it to the specifics that you prefer.
Look, I didn't come here to listen to your excuses. And I guarantee you, I've been aboard the Death Star much longer than you. So why don't you show me a little respect and give me my refund?
Okay, that's fine. We can do that.
They nail it, too.
You happen to have the receipt?
No, I don't have a receipt.
Well, in order for me to give you a refund, I would need a receipt so I can process it in the system.
I shouldn't need a receipt. Can't you just look me up in your system or something?
I suppose I could scan your trooper ID card and see your previous purchases. Can I see your trooper ID card?
What? Why do you need my ID? I've been coming here for years, so you should already know who I am and give me my refund.
Ma'am, this place has only been open for 6 months now, so without a receipt or an ID, I can't take back the blaster for a refund. And honestly, the blaster probably isn't even the problem. Maybe you're just a terrible shot. And if you don't come down, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Are you threatening me? Yeah, so I'm here at the blaster shop where this employee is physically threatening me.
Physically threatening. They nailed it on, too.
Simply show me your ID. I can get started on your refund.
I want to see your manager.
Ma'am, if we could just...
I said I want to see your manager.
Okay, hey boss, could you come up front real quick? I need your help.
It seems to be.
Sir, I came in here simply to get a refund for this rifle I bought last week. This doesn't even work. But your employee physically threatened me after refusing to give me my refund. And just so you know, this is all being recorded, and I have over 200 followers on my social media page. If you want to keep me from sharing this to all of them, you'll give me my refund and then give me a free blaster for all the trouble I've had to go through today.
Easy recording conversation anyway.
Well, at least she's wearing a mask. Well, I mean, she was wearing a mask.
Return of the Karen lister. Manager.
Want to see your manager.
Welcome, young man. I've been expecting
here to issue an official complaint against your Sith Lord here. First, he refused to give me my refund.
Oh my god, I love it.
He threatened me with his lightsaber by cutting off my head. Now, I have to constantly wear this brace around my neck, and I also caught the whole thing on camera to prove it. So I demand compensation for this traumatic experience. I've had to look through and a formal apology.
Oh no. I believe you If Lord Vader cut off your head, then you probably deserve it. Also, how are you alive right now?
I don't know. Well, these films keep finding ways to bring back characters, so let's not even question it.
Oh yes, I can.
Live, laugh, love, scream, laugh.
Now surely you must realize you will receive no compensation.
You're wrong. Soon I will receive my compensation, then I'll have you fired along with it.
Perhaps you are planning the video you claim to have recorded. I assure you, that will never be uploaded for anyone to see.
Your overconfidence is your weakness.
Your faith in your followers is yours. Video long gone by the time your followers unsubscribe. See for yourself. This will be the end of your childish meltdowns and the destruction of your exaggerated mouth. Oh, you want this, don't you? Take your weapon. Strike me down with all of your hatred, and your journey towards being a pain in the nerve will be complete.
Duh. What did you think I was going to do? Yeah, so I'm here with the Emperor, and he just...
Oh my god.
Now, fulfill your destiny and admit you were wrong.
That you
Never.
were.
I'll never admit that I was wrong.
So be it.
Holy shit. Oh my god, this is so brutal.
You will die.
Is this literally copy? Oh, I knew it. You're like, what? Let me in on that. Let me. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. Let me in on that. God.
People today. They can spend half their lives over 50. Which is great.
Whoa.
But it's gonna take
Didn't know that. Karen strikes back.
A little bit more here, a little tighter, and there we go. Oh, hello. How can I help you?
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there and tell you that I need to see your manager.
Oh, is there something wrong?
Look, I don't need to talk to a minimum wage floor worker. Just do as you're told and get me your manager now.
Well, unfortunately, he's not here at the moment. But, I mean, if you want, I can let him know you stopped by the store.
Did you not hear me? I said, go get your manager for me now.
Well, like I said, the manager is not here at the moment. So since he's not here, you cannot see him.
That is unacceptable. Don't you know who I am? I think that he is here, and you're just hiding him from me.
Why would I hide him from you? I don't even know who you are. Plus, Vader sounds like a giant vacuum cleaner. I don't even think I can hide him even if I wanted to.
You don't know who I am? How do you not remember me? I was here just like a week ago when you refused to give me my refund, and then Vader Vader cut off my head.
Doesn't ring a bell. I mean, to be honest, Vader cuts off a lot of people's heads, so unless there's somebody who actually matters, I'm probably not gonna remember you.
What the? You little... Look, here's the deal. I'm suing Vader for not only physical, but
Soon.
emotional, mental, and spiritual abuse.
Spiritual abuse. I'm. Thanks for including that.
He's been served. And since he's not here, you need to make sure he gets these things.
Oh, why didn't you just say so? Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Excuse me? Did you just talk back to a customer?
Well, technically, you're not a customer because you haven't bought anything. And also, it's not my job to run your personal errands, miss.
Yes, it is your job. Now you pick up those papers and deliver them to Vader.
Nope,
Just do it, okay?
not my problem.
But you have to. So just do it.
You know what? No, I'm now going to ask you.
Now it's 4.0.
You need to listen and listen good. First off, I'm not just a floor worker, okay? I am a human being, and I deserve respect just like everybody else in the universe. And I don't deserve to be talked down to like I'm a pile of garbage. Second of all, when somebody gives you an answer that you don't like, by simply repeating yourself at a higher volume isn't just going to make your request magically happen. Lastly, neither me nor anyone else is your personal errand boy. Here's an idea. You have something that you need done, try doing it yourself. And maybe in the future when something doesn't go your way, don't just assume it's my fault, or Vader's fault, or even, God forbid, Jar Jar's fault. Maybe it's your fault.
The face.
Just so you know, I'm recording you. What the?
Assistant manager.
Nice shot. Plus, that was like perfect timing. And you really opened up who she was. I knew exactly who she was, which is exactly why I knew it wasn't gonna go well, so I figured, hey, might as well have some fun. Oh, and hey, good to see you back.
Good to be back. Also, somebody give them about their rocket launchers. Blowing it them up in a bucket.
And just like that.
Alright, I need to address something that really makes me upset, alright? I'm so tired of Karen's, like, the video. Screw you. You dumb a-hole. Fine, I'll show you mercy, since you're blue. Is it friendly? Oh, I think it is a friendly one. Anyway, there needs to be a law passed where workers need to be able to stand up for themselves. I'm not saying, oh, if Karen asks them to say a manager, they should get like they should be entitled to like legally like shoot them. No, what I'm saying, they literally need to make it where like a rule maybe where like if a Karen tries to like assault somebody and they do public defense, maybe nobody gets in trouble or something. But anyway, it's so sickening because there's this raid that happened a few months ago where these women literally jumped over this dude's desk. And the thing is, it's either one, you hit back, or you try to defend yourself, rightfully so. And you lose your job, or B, you let it happen. You just let it happen to you. It's complete bullcrap too. I'm not trying to be rude towards the workers, but the workers probably get paid like 15 bucks an hour. But who cares what they get paid? They don't get paid enough for that bullcrap, bro. Respect to workers, honestly. Nuke prank challenge gone wrong. The picture. I'm sorry.
Find new seasonal favorites right now at Hobby Lobby, where fall decor is 50% off. You'll find hundreds of exclusive autumn accents.
Oh wait, oh my god. r/ mildly infuriating. Oh my god. How 4 planets look after the Death Star's attack.
Suddenly silenced.
Planetary fragmentation.
When the Sith went Empire really my destruction had already started to count down. Just like being alone, was extremely important in Jedi history. This moon is covered in gigantic and its main settlement, the holy city of Nijeda, is like a base its first heavily armed stormtrooper patrols guarding very potent weapon he had worked so long and hard to develop. Also, there is Trail had some very important information on him about the Death Star, and now he was on the moon of Jeddah. But Grand Marshal unfortunately behind this project for some time steps in and takes over control of a single reactor ignition, which was essentially a lower power.
Like what?
He was directed at the whole city.
1/64 of the power?
Everyone in the city is vaporized instantly. The weapon's blast is so powerful that it penetrates deep into the crust of the moon, displacing massive amounts of earth and rock, lifting the very crust of the moon into the air, and finally out past the atmosphere into space. It was as if a comet had struck Jeddah. This is what the moon looked like in the days after. The Death Star's strike was so powerful that it sent 10 to 20% of the mass of the moon into orbit around it. Fiery pieces of Jeddah would occasionally escape gravity and land on Jeddah, in orbit. Giant oceans of lava had opened up from the exposed mantle layer, and now molten rivers snaked the surface. More than half of the planet itself is a place that we're suffering from extreme volcanic activity. Giant dust storms and ash covered everything at points now. Interestingly enough, the stormtroopers the Empire sent after the incident are dressed very similar to snowtroopers, like the ones we see during the Battle of Hoth. Life was difficult, but one could survive with some decent shelter, and maybe an N95 mask for all the particulates floating in the air, and some goggles to protect the eyes. There are actually still cities left on Jeddah. There are still individuals who were perhaps too stubborn to leave, or perhaps unable to leave. On the side where the laser hit, however, the mantle was now exposed and noxious gases and vapors vented into the sky. Which is why the Empire sent for the Finnish Torn miners with their gold-plated exosuits to finish the extraction of kyber crystals, now newly exposed by the Death Star strike on the moon. Which is kind of ironic because the initial story from the Empire about what happened on Jeddah was that there was a mining accident. The destruction of Jeddah has caused a significant shortage in the kyber crystal supply chain, which is why the lightsabers are being harder and harder to source from ethical places. Which brings us to today's sponsor, lightsaber.com, the best place for lightsaber aficionados to get lightsabers that aren't covered in the blood of Jedi younglings. Lightsaber. This was the blade he used before he became a hermit on Tatooine. You know, back when he led the troopers on the grand battle before. Now, this is one of those blades with these. It has an LED strip blade which can be lit separately, creating all sorts of effects, including my favorite, blaster. Wait till they see their media card die. Website down there. They're offering 20% off all lightsabers, and if you add our promo code, meow, all caps, you'll get an additional 10% off. Plus, they're going to be throwing in free display stands with each one of your orders. Thank you for your patience. On to the rest of the video. Ow, ow, burning.
Scarif.
Scarif was very much the opposite of Jeddah in almost every way. This world was essentially a tropical paradise. Imagine the Maldives with its shallow seas and tropical archipelagos. The world was chosen as the home of the Imperial Center of Military Research. The entire planet was protected by a giant shield that could only be accessed through a gate. The firepower required to blast your way through this defense simply did not exist outside of the Empire's own military force, and so you can excuse the defenders on this planet for being a bit lackadaisical when carrying out their duties. It's for this reason that a deployment on Scarif was quite preferable. It was far enough from the core that you just didn't have any inspection teams from the government on speed, and at the same time there was no fear of a local rebellion rising up because there was just no law. When Mob Wilhelm Tarkin ordered the Death Star to fire one precise single reactor blast at the Citadel Tower at the center of the Imperial complex, first he wanted to disrupt the rebels, translating the Death Star plans on planets. Unfortunately, his Death Star strike was too big to be good. And two, his rival and overseer of the Death Star project director, Orson Welles, was at the top of that building at the time, and with him out of the way, the Death Star was secretly in possession, which is good because Krennic would be able to eliminate that target at the game. Now, unlike Jeddah, there is very little more dedicated to the aftermath of the Death Star strike on Scarif. What we do know is that after that laser beam hit the Citadel Tower, it then hit the ocean, and apparently all of the water in all of the oceans evaporated. Part of the surface of the planet was also scorched as a result. Now, there are some important things we can discern about Scarif's site just by the angle of attack and weapon techniques. One, Wilhelm Tarkin, whether by design or just a lack of time to get the Death Star to destroy the planet on a very in this scenario, the laser goes like possible that they cross made almost an afterthought. It shows us just how much of the Republic's democratic institutions, which were designed to protect the people, have been eroded by our habits. Although I would argue that the Empire underestimated how much the destruction of Ultron would galvanize the average citizens in the galaxy to rise up against Palpatine. It was very much a turning point in the Galactic Civil War, rebellion, and a huge uptick in defection. Unlike in our previous example, though, Ultron was vaporized instantaneously by the full power Death Star shot, as they're slowly spread away across the lava that could be admired from the same.
No.
All that was left of this jewel in the core world of the galaxy. The Empire announced that this was no small mining. It was mining faster than the Empire was going to crack down on thousands of all army and monitor their loyalty carefully. They had also decided to corral and track down all of the galaxy. They knew that these individuals would be the old range I had before. They would attempt to search the remains of the time. After the battle, after the defeat of the Empire, it chose not to take control of the Empire. Instead, they chose to control it because they had the whole world's own. 2 decades later, the Council was supplying far more Six years after that, the terrifying first one started to invade was revealed. Unlike previous super weapons like the first and second Death Star, Star Killer base was built at a completely different scale. First, it was housed inside of a moon. Second, the new super laser would consume entire stars in order to build up enough energy for its ignition. This meant the range of this thing was incredible. Star Killer base was basically on the other side of the galaxy from where the housing system is located. When Star Killer base fired its massive bolt of energy, this laser traveled faster than the speed of light across the entire galaxy and then destroyed every single planet in the housing system in quick succession. Other than Housing Prime, there were 4 other planets. Unlike in Ultron, where 4 of the planets dissipated into space and turned into an asteroid field, the housing system remained active. The explosion from the housing cataclysm created enough energy that a pocket nova sprung up in its place. This happened when the core of the 5 planets were simultaneously ignited by Star Killer's phantom energy blast. And so with all of this death and destruction came a new, hopefully bright solar system. So there you have it, guys. This is what
I was having relationship issues with my old bank. It was just take. So, I moved to SoFi Checking and Savings.
Get 2.50% interest and earn up to $300 when you set up direct deposit. SoFi, get your money right.
Bring savings home for the holidays. Right now, Hobby Lobby's Christmas decor is 50% off. So make your shopping list and check it twice. Then you can deck the halls all season long. Visit us in-store or online today.
Most of your Halloween ends. I feel like the Halloween's End movie may not be the best because most new movies, like horror movies, are just kind of corny.
Let's just get right into it. We don't need foreplay. I just want to immediately start talking about how bad Halloween.
Yep, and sadly.
Stinky load of trash. It is fucking terrible. I suppose you know by now Halloween Kills, the previous movie in this trilogy. I find it to be an extremely enjoyable bad movie. The whole night tonight thing, the man jumping off like the second floor of the hospital, then exploding and hits the ground with like blood guts and his legs are all mangled and shit. Like, I think the movie is really enjoyably shit. And of course there's that iconic scene in the car where Michael Myers like kills them, kind of, but most of the people in the car start killing themselves by accident. It's like the lady walks up to him, puts the gun next to his face, and he's like opens the car door, hits her head, and she shoots herself. Like, Halloween Kills is a fun shit movie. Halloween is a shit movie without the side of fun. The only time this movie was like enjoyably bad was the intro, which I'm just gonna spoil real quick. The intro of this movie has a guy babysitting this kid, and the kid plays a prank on him, making him think Michael Myers is back, so he puts like a knife on the stairs, start yelling, screaming, and eventually he grabs the babysitter and the babysitter freaks out, starts kicking the door, and he finally kicks the door open the door and shoots. At Mach 5, he blasted this thing like it got hit by a torpedo. So it launches off the hinges, hitting the kid, which sends him flying over the railing of the third floor to the death below, where he lands and explodes as if he had just been fired. It's extremely boring, and I feel like this movie was initially 3 hours long, but they chopped it to an hour 50, because there are so many things that happen incredibly quick that it makes no sense to me. Lori's daughter immediately falls in love with the bad boy, just looking at it for a split second, and she's extremely bored the entire time. She's like, my mom's pretty fucked up, and I want you to fix it, but I don't care about my mom. But just, everything was that night. Also, for some reason, the babysitter is haunted by the local high school band club. Like, for some reason, every single time the babysitter does, these 4 band members roll up in their convertible and start insulting him, calling him a pedo and a murderer. I don't know why they even call him a pedophile. Like, the whole town thinks that he's a freak because of the killing of that kid that got put off because not being accident. They get following around calling like a pedophile and shit. And somehow they're always there for the pedophile and they're always wearing the exact same clothes. It's like like cartoon characters, like always wearing the same outfit. They're always rolling up in their convertible. One of them's always twirling a drumstick. It's so silly, but it's not silly enough to make it fun. It just becomes grating every time they show up. But by far the biggest disservice this film does to the franchise is I think Michael Myers a bitch. Michael Myers is the last dude that very like he's the incarnation of evil. Pure, unstoppable evil. The he's just hiding in the sewers. And he's like really. I don't know who cares about spoilers. I'm still gonna keep trying to watch it to the best of my ability. But Michael Myers he's like an injured, wounded animal. So he's in the sewers, eventually the babysitter finds him, and for some reason, Michael Myers lets him go, and then the two become like a buddy cop team, where Michael Myers is like training the babysitter. I think the idea was, by looking into Michael Myers' eyes, his evil possessed the very soul of the babysitter. That's still not good. Like, it's still dumb to look at. Why all of a sudden does Michael Myers look inside of him and take him under his wing like a son? It's still stupid. scary or cool or intimidating in here. And Michael Myers himself actually doesn't do anything at all in this movie. Like, pretty much nothing. He has only like 2 scenes. The rest is spent elsewhere on things nobody cares about. Like, I felt like I was watching a TV filler episode for the majority of this movie. It's just so uninteresting and not good. It focuses more on the relationship between Laurie's daughter and the babysitter, and how young she is in a relationship with red flags. Being held persons, held out for small things, somehow it turns her on and they just fuck afterwards. The best part is and the ending around a spinning record on air is cool, I guess. Like, there are one sister honest, but at the very end, after you spend like an hour and 40 minutes just watching a shit relationship develop. Like, I want to make it clear, I don't think any of the actors or anything did a bad job. Like, he does a good job, especially since he is the main character of this movie. Laurie is in it a lot more than she was in the previous one, but still, I wouldn't even consider her the main character here. Michael Myers is barely in it. He's only in it in really like glimpses of him early on. He's, you know, patting Corey on the ass and showing him how to kill people. I also think the ending fight between Laurie and Michael Myers is actually good, because you're never sure if Laurie's gonna die or if Michael's gonna die or anything, and I think that just makes it have higher stakes. That worked pretty well for it. It was a satisfying fight that was well done. It's just really, this movie is 2 different films that they slapped together that I don't think they work. I feel like the idea here of like a weird guy who got an unlucky break with accidentally killing the kid he was babysitting, and you know, is he really evil? Is he really a psychopath? You know, what's gonna break in? Did the town turn into a psycho? Could have been an interesting idea if it was executed better, but it's not. They don't even really, like, they touch on it, but they don't really put a whole lot of effort into developing that theme. And again, just falls into focusing on like a romance that blossoms poorly. It's just not good. It's really not good. It's certainly not good as like a Halloween horror movie or anything. Because it's not even really a horror movie. There's only like 4 scenes of violence. Everything else is romance and tension's the wrong word because I don't build tension. But watching a man be weird, just an old putrid pile of shit. Unfortunately, plugging Halloween ends into the voice meter, I'm giving it a cool 25%. Real shame. I was expecting it to go as hard as Halloween Kills and like comical action. You know, Michael Myers is just this fucking killing machine that's creatively executing everyone in town for seemingly no reason and unstoppable. But that's not this movie. This movie is mainly like a romance film overall, which makes no fucking sense for it. That's really about it.
See ya. Oh. The Resident Evil show? Oh, I've heard that show is complete ass.
66% off and with common confidence technology. If you purchase not with wheelbarrow cash, you probably don't need a new car. Get the money app that shows your... I'm sure you can immediately tell who this is.
Today we're talking about the expressive.
That's a lot of tungsten.
showing them around is like, last year we were doing this. And then Jade says, I throughout the show, they mentioned a bunch of real-life people on corporations, and it's very weird. When you're playing a Resident Evil game, you don't stumble across Apple computers.
No kidding. I've heard about
There's none of that, and thank God.
Fuck Google, fuck Zuckerberg.
But in this show, they really want to make it seem like this is in the real world, you know, which is so weird. And then Jade has another ingenious line.
I mostly just drink Zootopia porn, so.
Zootopia porn? This is the first episode, and these are the lines that they're given? Like, it doesn't go well for the rest of the show. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the people who watch this show were turned off from the first episode. We get a scene with older Jade, and she's attacked by the very hungry caterpillar. She's then saved at the last second by random survivors. In this rendition, Albert Wesker is played by Lance Reddick, who's a really good actor. I think he's a great choice. And he puts in a lot of work. He plays multiple characters with varying personalities, and I hope they made him alone. Yeah, this is not my favorite rendition of Wesker, but that has nothing to do with Lance Reddick's performance. There's a girl at Billy Jade's high school named Tate. She gets denied a seat at lunch, so she approaches Billy, who's seated alone. It looks like they're about to make a friend, because it appears like they're both outcasts. Jade calls to Billy from a different table to sit with them. Why Billy wasn't seated with them already is kind of weird. Billy explains to Tammy that Jade is technically her twin sister because they had the same dad, but they had different egg donors, but were birthed at the same time. Tammy then calls Billy a freak. After just being denied by different girls to sit with them, Tammy is very socially inept, it looks like. She then calls Billy stupid. She then brags about going hunting. I know that this girl is meant to be a bully, but this is all coming across a little forced, I think. They then start physically fighting each other for no reason, really. It's so weird. It's like this Tammy girl approached Billy just to be mean to her. But it's definitely not your stereotypical bully, you know? Normally a bully has like a group of friends that they go around with that hype them up and give them confidence, but this strange girl is just a bully because she's a bully. She's mean for no reason. She's just a bitch. The next day, Billy pays Tammy a visit and then apologizes to her because Billy decides to be the bigger person, I guess. Billy reaches out a hand for a handshake. Tammy then takes her half-eaten burrito and shoves it into Billy's face. What is wrong with this girl? How is it possible for someone to be this demented? I've met a ton of bullies in my life, and I've been bullied myself, but none of the bullies that I've met have ever been this socially inept. Also, massive waste of a burrito. Jade urges Billy to stick up for herself, and I get that's the message here. Billy should be more confident and stick up for herself because she's a little baby. And then later in the show, she sticks up for herself and she's super confident. She's a changed person. It would have been a lot better if the bully was believable. Older Jade is brought to a scavenger camp that's surrounded by the undead. They tell her that the only take we can trade. You take what we can take. And she doesn't question this at all. They took you in, and this guy literally said, we only take in what we can trade. There's nothing happening here, like no light bulbs are going on. I see. I guess they trade everything via helicopter because this place is surrounded by the undead.
How'd you get me here?
Helicopter. Not very convenient. That's a lot of wasted fuel. You should probably move elsewhere. We're then back at the high school. Beats up the bully while she's taking a shit. This person then frames Billy by leaving the raccoon head in Billy's locker. Billy just leaves her locker unlocked, I suppose. But then again, we later find out that it was Jade who did this. Kind of fucked up for her to do this to her own sister, and she might know her sister's combination to her locker, so that's how she put the mascot head in there. There's a meeting between the parents and the principal of the school. Albert Wesker threatens Tammy's mother's job, and as he's doing this, he mentions Google, Apple, and Pornhub. It's so awkward.
It is so awkward.
Out there in the world somewhere, in the same world as Albert Wesker. It's just so weird. It is cute seeing Wesker Wesker stand up for his daughter in this scene, though? Older Jade explains to the scavenger guy named Tate that the zombies can't see or hear, but their sense of smell keeps improving over time. I guess Jade has done a lot of tests on these zombies. She knows that they can smell things really well. Also, zombies aren't called zombies in this show, they're called zeros.
Oh, zeros, right? I study zeros.
Why do all these zombie shows and movies refuse to call zombies zombies? They're either walkers, spitters, runners, undead, infected, biters, creepers, geeks, roamers, hungries, fleshies, zags, ghouls, zedheads, zeds, and whatever else you can think of. Surprise, surprise! These guys want to trade Jade to a realm. Oh my god. I just want to take a second and talk about the music in this show. I'll only mention the music once, but trust me, it happens throughout the entire show. There's bad music littered throughout this show, just non-stop. Most of it is licensed, and it's so bad. It comes across so cheesy.
I don't... What happened?
And I feel like you'll be a massive didn't rely on the Resident Evil name for eyeballs and just made it some random zombie show. And this show would be like 80% work one day, and she notices that there's bunnies, and they're about to be tested. She doesn't like this, so Billy they steal their dad's once they catch
YouTube.
I have to say that throughout the show, I do like the sisters' relationship with one another. I like how they make for a pretty fun in the future again, this guy Tate,
Crap, come on.
Heroin stuff. Oh my goodness. They just turned on the security in this very high security building because the internet told them how, I guess. You can always rely on good old Google, because remember guys, Google exists in this universe. So does Apple. And so does alien clothing, baby. Yeah, my personal clothing brand. And let the girls just enter.
Stop!
They just drop the key card and run. It would have just made it a lot simpler, but instead they're just standing outside of this door trying to play their dad's audio to open the door. Like the voice doesn't work for some reason, even though it totally should. Maybe the alarm is making so it can't hear. This would be very inconvenient for the Umbrella Workers if they were fire, because the fire alarm would go off and the doors would not be able to hear them say their names. It looks like all the lights go off when the alarms start, so it's not like the facial recognition thing would work either. Overall, it's not a great system. So the Cerberus finds them and attacks Billy, so Jade beats it to death with a fire extinguisher. In the future, Jack Galifianakis tells older Jade that Billy is looking for him. Instead of finding out what he means by this, Jade basically insists he dies at the last second. As they drive away, there's 1-0 chasing them, and it's very it's really cute. It's just flopping in the air. I thought that was a nice touch. Very nice pom-pom beanie, Mr. Zombie Man. Back with younger Billy and Jade, who arrives at the Jade it's like he's having to wake up and knows there's no heart missing. It would have been nice if they showed us that Basically, Barry's wife is actress that plays older Billy, so kind of ruined it for me, but younger Dick befriends some nerdy
You think a big corporation? I don't play Resident Evil, but I know how kind of big, like, Umbrella is because of my you know, my friends tell me about it. You think Umbrella, I mean, it's a good show by the way. Umbrella Corporation actually gets some good security. What? Like, why would anyone of us care about that? Okay, okay.
This footage submitted by Jason.
No, let's watch some spoopy stuffies. People disappearing in the woods. Has anybody ever heard of feral people? If no one on this channel has ever heard of feral people, I will explain what it is. I mean, these highways are kind of ass NGL, bro. Like the ones that when they converge at the when they converge at the what do you want to call it? The gateway chambers, they kind of suck. Like, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Top 10 abandoned buildings in Illinois. Shit, hold on. Never mind. Top 10 places in Illinois you should never move to?
What's wrong? Tell me. It's gonna be okay. Oh no, you live in Illinois? Aw, maybe it won't be okay. Sorry. If you haven't heard the news, Illinois is kind of a sinking ship. A lot of people are leaving the state. In fact...
Oh, yeah, dude, this guy is so stupid, man. He's abusing my own state. Man, this guy who is... What is he called? Nick Johnson. Yeah, this guy's dumb. I'm just kidding. Nick Johnson? Listen, guys, if you say that Illinois is flawed right now, you say that this state is flawed, you are absolutely correct, okay? Oops. It is so flawed that I have literally fabricated a plan to exit the state and then find ways to build hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of money up. I literally have a plan to become somewhat of a millionaire, and I actually might succeed at it. Move to Wisconsin. After that, I hope to become a programmer. If I can become a programmer and I succeed and I succeed at my job and I get $150,000 a year, even if $50,000 a year goes to food, tax, and other things, then I can build up money. More money than I've ever seen before. I have a plan. I do. So if you guys don't know, I have thought about it and I think I've come down to the conclusion I'm moving to Wisconsin, particularly near the Dells. Oh. Wisconsin is 5% cheaper to live in. Illinois is completely garbage. There's a new safety act that basically, if you're a cop, I feel so bad for any police officer in this state. Because now they can barely do anything due to Illinois' new safety act. The safety act, basically you can go out and rape, kill, rob somebody, and the police have to pat you back on the back and say, hey, don't do that. Murder, rape, and robbery and all that stuff is wrong. And then basically, you can do it again. So somebody can literally go commit trespassing, and you can't do anything about it. Now I know it's more, there's more to that than what I just said. Like, it's not all, what I said is not 100% correct. I'm going to take that up on offer. But Illinois is corrupt as hell. The only reason it has any value to our federal government is because we have 20 seats in the House of Representatives. If not wrong. That's what it's called. I know we have 20 seats. Like, other states around us have like 3 or 5. We have 20. We are a very democratic state. The gun laws here are shit. The economy here is shit. The living conditions here are shit. It is awful. The only, like, and I don't, it's like you don't want to move because I have friends, and I'm going to move to somewhere where I can visit this state often, but not have to suffer its dire consequences. It's sad. I cannot take living here anymore. I've reached my boiling point. somewhat I've reached my boiling point. The only reason I even want to live here is because my parents live here, my friends live here, a lot of my relatives live here. But Illinois, like our family is kind of somewhat centered around Illinois as a state. But the tax here is awful, man. Like, there's nothing good. It's like, I hate my parents are like, oh, race, go outside. Go outside, stop playing video games. I would love to explore. If my planet was, no, if my damn state was not 90% corn and soybeans, there's barely anything to explore here. There's barely anything to explore so often that a damn Radio Shack is so interesting to me. And it's not that I hate Radio Shacks, like, a Radio Shack piqued my interest. That's how you know this state is boring. A freaking radio building. And it wasn't even a big one either. A tiny little building. Yeah, anyway. 10 places I've never lived to. Mount Vernon, Peoria, Chicago. Peoria better be on this list.
And even into the southern states. Every 10 minutes, somebody leaves the state for good.
Really?
We're going to see another Illinois goodbye. Why? For many reasons I'll talk about, but generally people are tired of the taxes and the government mismanagement. But it's also the cold and the gloom and the lack of jobs and the crime. Right now, Illinois is the 6th most popular state, but soon, Ohio's going to pass Illinois for a number of people. Now the places that we're going to talk about all fit into the second category.
No, Illinois is fine. I think I have 1 out of 10. I think I'd rate it like a 5. Like, it's not something to write home about. It's not something to be prideful about, but at the same time, it's not as bad as Louisiana. No offense. The reason I do not like Louisiana is it's because it is extremely at risk of literally sinking. I'd rather live in New Orleans than Illinois, because at least I'd rather have my home flooded than to be taxed to death.
Places in Illinois that
like, because of Illinois, like, what's it called? It takes me 25 minutes to get to my school. 25 minutes. It is so secluded that if you get stuck out in the middle of Illinois without reception, what is going on? I hate whatever's happening here. Get out! Why is this thing not working? It's stuck on nothing. There better be graphite around in order to get this thing unstuck. That makes me so pissed. Oh. Yeah. When I'm saying it's barren in this state, it is barren. There is just nothing. Towns can be far apart more than 5 miles. Or it's just even 10. Like, in the towns that are spot across my state, they're small as shit. The biggest hub for these in central Illinois is Bloomington, Illinois. That has like a few 100,000 people in it. Even that is small compared to a normal city.
Ranked Kankakee as the 354th best place to live in the country out of 354 places. David Letterman heard about that and made fun of the place, saying Kankakee put the ill in Illinois. Illinois.
No, that was Peoria.
You'll come for our payphone, but you'll stay because your car's been stolen. But back in 1997, Baker's Digest said this was one of the best places to live. So what happened? Like many other cities where we talk about, there was a loss of factory jobs beginning in the late 70s. Even the Bears left from nearby Birmingham, where they had held training camp for like ever. Today, 1 in 5 homes here is a single woman with kids and her father prison. It's also the 9th most violent place in the state too, because gangs are coming down here from Chicago's south side. It's also a relatively poor place. Kankakee ranks 16th for poverty. 30% of the community gets food stamps. Link.
Does your antiperspirant keep you dry all day? Liquid Med Dry Spray to the test. With Nelson, the volunteer puts care into everything he does.
It's a deodorant that really protects my skin. It's comfortable and lasts a long time.
Med goes on dry, clean meal all day.
Here's the problem. Nobody knows what Hulu Plus Live TV is.
Yeah, because it's like 75 live
It's gone. Shit. It literally fell through the planet. Again. Oh my god, this is so damn annoying. Now I get this damn thing up. Really? Make it stuck?
It's like tell games plus Disney Plus.
What if we call it Hulu Plus Live TV Plus?
That's done.
Our next worst place to live in Illinois is Peoria.
Yup! Peoria! And you wanna know what? I live near this place. I live 30 minutes from this place. I can literally actually, let's kick this thing into 1080p. I could probably see where I live from this small radar. Yep, I can kinda see it. Peoria is a shit place to live in. I'm not joking. This place, there is a murder, a shooting, a rape, or an arson with every single week. Somebody dies here every week. This place is awful, and it used to be one of the best places in the entire country. Also, if you live east of this, you can actually get severe storms because of the lake. It literally, like, I've seen it time and time again, that this town, because of their stupid lake, storms intensify here because of the water. It's so stupid.
Peoria, the P. They used to call this the Blood Shack because of all the shootings. Residents say there's an overwhelmingly depressing vibe throughout the 8th biggest city.
No, really, there is.
Here is plummeting now. And there's about 500 people that year here. Probably living a dumb out. Again, this was once, too, a vibrant community that was on lists for being a great place to live and work. But today, locals use words like dirty and depressing and scary. Somebody else said it reminds them of a toilet that needs flushing. Hey, that's me. Don't laugh, Pekin. You're not much better. Peoria's in the top 15 for crime. The east side's bad. The south end's bad. Supposedly, folks find guns stashed in bushes there. Peoria's a blue-collar manufacturing town that has lost many jobs. Plus, food shakes in Peoria take forever to get your damn food. At least that's word on the street. Even the New York Times took note, saying that this was a city that once guided a nation, but is now going downhill fast. The riot is headed to 2020 for the capital. Rioters
I think I was born here. Anyway, I'm not kidding you. We found a cell phone that was lost, and when we opened it up and looked at the pictures, yes, we're sorry. It was just a compilation of people getting into fights and beating the hell out of each other. It was sad, man. Like, it was an awful town.
Depressing because there's so lots to be done, but Peoria is trying really hard. Next up, we go to Danville, an aging community.
You wanna know what I'm sorry if I keep on saying. You wanna know what I always say? Don't live in Peoria unless you got a Glock.
States in eastern North Indiana. To get there, you take Route 1 due south from Chicago. That's what all the ghetto people do on a daily basis. Danville's emblematic of what's gone wrong with smallish Illinois communities. Once a super great place to live and raise kids, it's like that no longer. People are carjacked at gas stations. Drug users break into homes and are caught red-handed and then walk away without getting in trouble. And when Popeyes opened here, the place got robbed the first 2 days it was open. A lot of the problem is in Fair Oaks, a housing project on the city's east side. Here, you have Link Park, Chicago guys, shoot each other and go out for reaction. Really robbed there. Custard Cup was robbed. So far, boiled donut has not. But even if you rob it, as the never, so really robbed it. All the corporations still works. That's how GM railroads like ages ago. Whatever middle class is left is fleeing from the hills in places like Bismarck. It's pretty sad, actually. They're building a casino here at some point. You know that's not going to make things better. But their mayor's singing songs on Facebook, so that's fabulous. Decatur, Danville's rival. This place is even worse than Danville. It's twice as big as Danville, and it has twice as many rundown hoods.
Champagne.
No wonder Decatur was ranked as the fifth
Champagne, when I went through Champagne my first time, it was just sauce, man. Like, it looked like there were gangs everywhere.
Back in 1980, there were about 100,000 people here. So if you're going to point a finger at Illinois' population decline, look no further than Decatur. This place stinks. And not just because of the crime and the garbage. It's from the crops being processed by companies like ADM. But the News Gazette says that smell isn't money. So if you live there, you're inhaling your bright future, I guess. Crime-wise, it ain't Chicago level. It's only the 36th most violent city in the state, but you still have a 1 in 28 chance of being the victim of a crime every year if you live here. I mean, somebody just got shot and killed in a liquor store here last week. And people speculate that a lot of crimes aren't reported, especially by the local media. Good for you, WCIA. It's pretty poor here, and only 25 other cities in Illinois have more people unclaimed. On a positive note, Decatur folks do nice things, I guess. Like they raised money to send Girl Scout troops overseas, and they organized more than 1 million pounds of food to give to their local their website.
Southern Bloomington Normal. There's a shit plant and like a sewage plant in Southern Bloomington Normal.
Do you like my new hair, Dad?
Oh snap, Abby, that looks dope. Did you get that at Clippus?
I sure did. Clippus is fresh. Mention Nappy and get a free do-rag.
I did mention you, Nappy, and I got a free do-rag too. Clippus is dope. We have time, folks. Chicago Heights and Fort Heights. They're both Chicago suburbs. They both suck. In Chicago Heights, the unemployment rate is supposedly only 13%, but for the most part, it's underreported because so many people here aren't even looking for work. This is the 10th most violent place in the whole state. Folks get gadded for drug deals gone wrong, or regular people get capped for getting in the way of crimes. Chicago Heights is in the top 100 of all U.S. cities for crime. Right next door is Fort Heights, aka East Chicago Heights. This too is a terrible place currently. This is considered a little village of 2,700 people. It's basically one big ghetto, poverty-stricken elite village. It's one of the poorest and most crime-ridden suburbs of all of America. The population here has gone down by 20% the last decade, which means 20% less ghetto people. Maybe that's a good thing. Where are they going? Who knows? Gary, other neighborhoods, Danville, Decatur, all over. They don't really stay put for that. Next door is Harvey, even closer to downtown Chicago. People in Maywood are like, ah ha ha, Harvey sucks. There's 24,000 people in this sad little ghetto hood. People leaving every week. Like every other city on this list, it's high levels of joblessness and poverty. 1 in 4 people here doesn't work, and 4 in 10 people in Harvey is so broke, they qualify for the worst poverty assistance scheme. It's also in the top 10 for crime, too. I mean, you can buy a home here for $15,000.
Wow.
It's only 20 miles from downtown. That puts things into perspective as to how bad things are in Harvey. The noise level is medium. Supposedly, I don't think they make guns, though, that shoot only a little bit loud. You can buy a whole liquor store here for $320,000.
That's a lot.
Although I'm sure to get looted. Anyways, Harvey's a total dive. It's pretty much South Chicago. It's not technically South Chicago. Rockford. This one won't cause any consternation.
Rockford. We have to cross that to get into to get into the Dells.
Gunshots by midnight, you know something went down. It's the kind of place that opposing middle schools will mysteriously scratch their basketball games at the last minute. Just not happening. That is just so sad. The schools are struggling because of budget cuts. A lot of the good teachers are leaving for other states. This is the 3rd largest city in the state, so the kids are going to need somebody to babysit them all day long. And 70% of black men under the age of 30 don't have a job. 70% people.
Jeez.
Run the streets and
Poor guys, man.
It's an old Rust Belt town, so there's plenty of industrial fossils everywhere. Way down at the intersection of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers is Cairo, Illinois. It's practically in Missouri or in Kentucky, so you may not have even heard of the place. There's only 2,000 people here, and it's plummeting big time. Anyways, this old city is literally dying. One day it won't even be a place. 20% of the people who live here were in housing projects, but then they told everybody they had to leave. These housing projects were roach and bug infested, and there was no budget to fix them, so they just shut them down. Even Ben Carson, the Secretary for Housing and Urban Development, talked about it. Apparently, the former mayor here and other community leaders really screwed things up. They spent public housing dollars. That's so Illinois. Crime and mismanagement.
Yep.
There was a flood here in 2000.
He's not lying.
Riots here at the place up in the 60s.
Illinois. Because when screw up is a tradition, that's where you'll find us.
Needless to say, there's no jobs here. It's almost third world. But Shemwell's
Dude,
BBQ,
Illinois to screw up is like the Jewish culture doing Hanukkah. Like it always happens, or it's like Christians praying at this point. I think more people screw up in Illinois than Islamic people like pray towards Mecca. I'm not saying that to be like, you know, xenophobic. I'm just saying that. I'm making a comparison. What's it called? The government of this state screws up more than the Islamic people pray. Honestly, that's how bad my state is. It's just awful. There's nothing here.
best BBQ in southern Illinois. At least there's that. East St. Louis is clearly on this list. It's in St.
Oh, yep, not moving here. This place is awful.
20,000 people. Now it's a third of that size, dropped by the month. This is the second poorest place in the state, and the 5th most violent. Although it had the highest murder rate per capita in the nation at one point, and overall, a crime rate 18 times higher than the rest of the country. Crime used to be worse here. As you can see, lots of the really bad areas were just knocked to the ground. So there's less rundown areas in which to commit crimes these days. This was once an all-American community, and began its decline in the early 70s when the middle class moved out, and the resulting failed tax base meant basic city services like fire and police had trouble operating. A lot of the land outside of the city remains undeveloped, bypassed by folks who chose more affluent suburban areas. What's left in city limits proper are widely scattered inner-city neighborhoods, truck stops, adult venues, liquor stores, and other blighted sections of town. Most folks make about $25,000 a year on average.
25 a year? Those poor guys.
And where's the worst place to live in Illinois? Chicago. The rest of side is infamously pitiful. It's places like Inglewood, Austin, Roseland, Chicagoland, Fuller Park, Gage Park, Greater Grand Crossing, West Garfield Park, Auburn Gresham, Chatham. It's gangs, shootings, poverty. You already know that. The worst thing about Chicago, though, is how it literally sucks the life out of the rest of the state.
No
People
kidding.
downstate and the dying communities are paying through their noses to support the Chicago metro area, which has 8 million of the state's 12 million residents. Much of Illinois hates Chicago, which wields too much power. I mean, in 2010, Pat Quinn was elected governor despite winning only 4 of this state's 102 counties. One of them was clearly Cook County. And then the electors send all their ghetto people south to screw up all his smaller communities that paid him all the money. Chicago's corrupt and dangerous and crowded, and people and companies.
There are like immigrants. I literally went to my town and there were immigrants on
Even
buses.
Milwaukee is deemed as a better place to live. That's saying something. There's a lot of reasons it sucks here. If you live anywhere outside of Chicago, you could rattle off many of them yourself. But this guy thinks he's going to save the day. Worse. On app.
Jamie Pritzker.
It's Jon Snow. That took a lot of work to do that.
This dude is a corrupt ass dude.
That's Jamie Pritzker as Jon Snow. That took a lot of work to do that. Anyways, sadly, these were the worst places in Illinois that are the worst to live in, and frankly, they're all getting worse. On average, most people in these communities live a modest life, and the ones who remain are taxed dry and scared of being shot at. They watch their communities trudge on, but they know they won't soon be improved. Many people in these cities are just satisfied enough to not have the time, energy.
You know the mayor of Chicago doesn't even live in her own city because she's afraid of getting shot? Shows how bad Chicago is.
Village and places like Murfreesboro and even Tilton. If you live in any of those places, your community's struggling too. And if you live in the places that we talked about, you know that your community is struggling. And the question is, what are you going to do about it? Because a lot of these places used to be good, and they have great people in them, but everybody's just comfortable and just lets things go. Well, sit around long enough. A lot of these places in Illinois aren't going to be places anymore.
I'm literally, like, Illinois is the reason I freaking hate being left alone in the car. Like, man, I'm afraid someone's just gonna go up to me and shoot me. And put a freaking cap in me. Like, crime in this state is so awful. Where's those seas driven through?
The only thing dripping should be your style. Pop, pop, is Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, hoops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more love. Tyson.
I've seen a lot of America so far. I haven't been to every corner of this fine country, but I've seen the highlights, or most of them. It's quite a great place. The United States is. There are some really terrible areas of this nation that we all know. And few people on YouTube want to see them. It's pretty clear. Whenever I upload a nice peaceful drive to a nice part of the country, clicks are, nah. When I drive to a bad neighborhood, people on YouTube are like, I want to see that. What is that? I don't want to see run down. This video, run through the worst ghetto hoods I've ever visited. These are all places that are run down and neglected. I die. I
Atlanta.
I shot in January of 2021. The area I went to is here, located just inside the Beltline, only a short drive from downtown. Atlanta's been gentrifying fast. This is one of the few pockets that still remain as fast as close to downtown. Odds are one day, this zone won't be here at all. You see it. Neighborhoods I drove through called Bryan City, Washington Park. When I filmed this neighborhood, it wasn't a normal trip when I just kind of looked up at the sunhood and drive around and try to fill my notice. No way going to Atlanta. This is where the big boys play. So I got up as early as possible. And I left downtown and drove the last 2 miles to this end of the side that's well known for gang banging, shooting, stabbings, and everything else.
Oh, great place to live.
Dangerous section of Atlanta had gone before they all got up.
God, man. Why would anyone ever want to live here? Just dead. That it?
Now we're going to go to the Midwest for the first time. I'm going to show you a part of Detroit that I
Detroit!
in December of 2019. The neighborhood we're going to look at is here, in the northwest older neighborhood of Detroit that's only 2 miles from downtown. Of course, Detroit's well known for being one of the worst places in the nation for crime and poverty and slums. The auto industry left town decades ago, and that was a big part for the city's demise. Detroit lost more than 1 million people over the last 7 years. Its population is now 60% smaller than it was at its peak. But Detroit's changed a lot. The neighborhood I saw here was mostly just erased. Block after block were large areas where homes were raised, and the city was essentially turning parts of its city back to nature. It's an urban prairie. The homes left are mostly gutted or have some sort of fire damage. A lot of the alleys look like hiking trails. But this neighborhood wasn't very dangerous. At least I didn't see any people lingering and never felt threatened. It wasn't the same type of ghetto we're going to see on this rundown tour. It was, however, a very unique and a terrible place to live.
Detroit's just such a bad place to live.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max Gels, cold and flu relief. More concentrated power. Because we always think drip should be your style. Unlock biz Winter Warriors with Alka-Seltzer Plus. There's one thing everyone wants. All
Booty?
iPhone 14 Pro now at T-Mobile. And T-Mobile gives you Apple TV Plus included. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us.
Just nothing, man. I have not built one of these platforms in so long. These old guys feel so foreign to me.
The 8th worst ghetto I've ever seen is just a few blocks south of Montgomery, capital of Alabama. This particular pocket of town is only a 2-minute drive.
Yeah, look what racial prejudice got you now. Because idiots said not only is racism bad because it's just morally wrong, it's bad because it economically damaged the US. Look how bad it is. Yeah, definitely a good idea to make a separate water fountain for black and white people. Yeah, that won't hurt the economy at all. Yeah, looks like it came back to bite our dumb government in the ass, didn't it?
Now, Montgomery isn't a very dangerous place at all. It's about average crime-wise, and it ranks as one of the safest of Alabama's places. But down here has shootings and robberies, and it looks like it's been completely forgotten about. This neighborhood is beyond repair, and it's well known for shootings and riots. It kind of looks like it's been mostly forgotten about. The poverty in the state is beyond belief. This is the 5th poorest state in the country. In Montgomery proper, about 1 in 5 people live in poverty, but in this part of town, it's likely closer to 80%. I found Montgomery to be a very sad place, and the poverty seems generational. As I drove around this neighborhood, though, I did see people smiling on their porches. It's like, for some people in the South, or at least this part of Montgomery, poverty isn't what defines them.
Oh yeah. Now we're down to the south. We're going to visit the northeast for the first time.
we're going to spend a lot of time looking at hoods in the Northeast for the rest of this week. This is McKeesport, Pittsburgh suburb, where there's about 20,000 people and dropping. It's about 15 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh. Actually, a lot of Pittsburgh suburbs look like this. It's alarming and, frankly, kind of makes you shake your head when you realize how many run-down many of our former great cities have become. McKeesport's main drag is filled with abandoned, run-down businesses, and its neighboring streets are crumbled. Homes in one section of McKeesport are all abandoned. Again, this is part of the Rust Belt, where factories like downtown Pittsburgh are left to go where the jobs are, and whoever is left in parts of McKeesport are those people holding on. Those who are too poor or too stubborn to make it right. I was actually really blown away to see the entire neighborhood look like this. McKeesport looks like something you see in a dystopian video game. A scene from a war movie.
Doesn't look like it. I'm doing much, but seriously, I'm planning. We need to do something more productive with this thing. We have a full thing, man. It feels so weird how I don't know what to do with it. How Airbnb? It's just a glass block. Why would you want to stay in an Airbnb? I've heard so many bad stories from those things. That we can't get, you know, out here in our area. Good. Yeah, can't get it because of where we live.
The next two worst ghettos I've ever seen are those
East St. Louis, complete.
Here in East St. Louis, Illinois, in an area that was actually pretty large. I pulled into East St. Louis on a weekday in December of 2019. I can't imagine it's changed much since. The region had just received several inches of snowfall 2 days prior, but as you can see, today, the skies are bright. The air was crisp, and the snowfall made the area appear unusually charming, like makeup covering a bruise. Again, a loss of jobs and a huge spike in crime has made this once great place a place where people are fleeing in large numbers. Crime's atrocious, drug use is out of control, and there's no community pride anymore, at least the way things looked. In McKeesport, and in pockets of Montgomery and Atlanta, which we saw earlier, it was certain pockets of town that are bad. But in East St. Louis, and in our next worst place, it's not just one part of town, it was the whole place. We're gonna see much...
Yeah, no kidding. I've been there when I go to St. Louis, and it's just awful. It's all dead. There's graffiti everywhere. Many gut feelings just saying you don't want to be there at night. How much do small batteries make? Set batteries. Produces 1 power unit. Stores 32. Ooh. I'm noticing something. Like, let's say if you take the wind turbines, you put them all on this little thing. Oh my god. You know, if you put wind turbines on these little things, and then you put them on that giant thing, apparently it produces 432 power. Which is just wow.
Now the other Midwest city this is about is Gary, Indiana, which is only about 30 minutes from the south side of Chicago. Again, like East St. Louis, it wasn't a particular neighborhood that looked bad in Gary. The whole place is a mess. Downtown Gary looks as if it ran out of motivation decades ago. But it was the entire sections of town which I drove through which blew me away. Typically, I try to find the worst neighborhoods based on crime numbers and poverty levels, and everybody wants to see which homes are first run down. But here, there wasn't one particular bad part of town. It was the whole place. What you're seeing here is pretty much what a lot of Gary looks like. There's still 76,000 people living here, too. The rows and rows of slums that you're going to see are slowly disappearing. Gary, like other struggling communities, is slowly being turned back to nature. There were a lot of open fields and wooded areas, which looked even more hopeless with the early winter brown tint. There really wasn't much of anything in Gary that was green. People in Gary make about $15K a year. It's estimated that 4 in 10 people lives in poverty, and about half the population doesn't have a job at all. Unsurprisingly, homes here cost about $50,000 on average, but in areas like this, homes are about $14,000. Through a government grant, you can actually buy a house here for $1. But I don't think that many out-of-towners would be motivated to do that. Say clean this place up a lot. That'll likely take a decade or more. Here's the rest of the worst pockets I saw in Gary, Indiana.
You know what'd be funny if I made a super battery? Apparently, according to my calculations, if you took these platforms and you filled them all with only small batteries, and then you put these on, you take 12 of them and you put them onto a large silo, you can make a battery so powerful it would hold 9,000 units of power. Compared to, let's see, a medium battery holds 512. Only 6,000. You'd be able to make a power battery 50% more powerful than if you did it with only medium batteries. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm discovering something. If you use the small stuff, you put it on these little guys. These utility silos are extremely overpowered, and I'm proving to you guys why. Sadly, I don't have enough sphalerites to do what I'm planning to do. Oh my god, I hate when I do that. Inside the creepiest towns of America?
Our mission at Facer Law is simply to help people plan for the possibilities of the rest of their life so that no matter what happens, they're...
Warning, PSA. Stay away from these small towns at all costs.
We've all been to that one rundown town where the vibe just seemed off. The people are strange, and there's this weird feeling in the air. There are a lot of creepy towns in America, especially once you get into the more rural areas. But
Yeah.
most don't compare to these.
this. You really should avoid going to any of these places, unless you absolutely have to. Some have a dark history and are reportedly haunted by ghosts, if you believe in that stuff. And if you don't, well, the paranormal honestly would seem like pleasant company compared to the residents of some of these towns. From abandoned buildings to cults and drugs to gruesome murders, darkness and oddities loom throughout their streets. The following places really should be avoided at all costs, but if you're a crazy adventurer wanting to ignore my warnings, or just interested in seeing how strange America can be, then be sure to listen to my top 10 creepiest towns in the United States. Number 10, Whittier, Alaska. How would you feel if your entire city lived, worked, and spent their free time in the same building? What if they never left? Well, that's life for the 208 residents living in the small port town of Whittier, Alaska. The only way you can escape, or enter if you dare, is by boat or through a single, highly regulated one-lane tunnel. It closes often and unexpectedly. When it is open, you're only allowed to enter every half hour. Fortunately, you don't need to go through the inconvenience of leaving your building, since this single 14-story structure, Begitch Towers, has everything a town could need, from a grocery store to a post office to apartments you can call home, all in the same building. You really do never need to leave, and most people don't during the winter. Just imagine the isolation. What's even more unsettling is that although the people who live this way have regulations, this is actually a new building. But the old building they all used to live in is still there too. On a hill, dilapidated, crumbling, and fenced off, never to be entered. Outside of Begitch Towers, the town just seems barren, abandoned, and creepy. While cruise ships do come through here in the summer, very few visitors make the trek during the winter, when the town stays dark for over 18 hours a day, making Whittier feel incredibly lonely and isolated. Number 9, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. Upon arrival, it isn't hard to see.
Oh no. Oh boy. One word. Cult. This town is inhabited by the cult of Mothman. No, I didn't learn that from Fallout 76. Well, I did, but then I looked it up, it's true.
No one knows who or what he was, but his supposed flights over the streets during the 1960s are only a recent occurrence in a town deeply rooted in darkness. It all began on the 10th of October, 1774. The Shawnee tribe bravely fought the new American settlers for the land that they both called home. The Americans barely managed to overcome the tactics of the Shawnee chief, Cornstalk. Eventually, Cornstalk, his son, and close friends came to negotiate with the Americans in an effort to avoid future battles. But the Americans captured and executed them all. Just before he died, Cornstalk called upon the Great Spirit to curse the land for 200 years as vengeance for the injustice done to him and his people. Whether you believe in curses or not, 2 devastating floods ruined the town, followed by a destructive fire. Later, an airplane carrying the Marshall University football team and their coach tragically crashed here as well, killing all 75 people on board. In 1967, the Silver Bridge, which connected the town to Ohio, collapsed, killing 46. Then, in 1978, a freight train derailed and spilled toxic chemicals into the city's water supply. Not to mention the apparent men in black and UFO activity in the area. The town is even cursed by a name it could never live up to. If you visit Point Pleasant today, you'll definitely feel something strange in the air. And it's not just Mothman. The real mystery is, why do people keep living here? Number 8, Villisca, Iowa. On the surface, Villisca looks like your normal, quiet, small Midwest town. But that only makes everything that I'm about to tell you even creepy. Over 100 years ago, the Villisca Axe murders in 1912 traumatized the town, which hasn't recovered since. The murders took place between the evening of June 10th and early morning June 11th, 1912, when 8 people were discovered dead at Josiah and Sarah Moore's house. The 6 members of the Moore family and their 2 house guests were found bludgeoned. Even the 4 children had severe head wounds from an axe. Although a lengthy investigation yielded several suspects, one of whom was tried twice, the crime remains unsolved. An air of uneasiness envelops the town today, perhaps because its residents never quite felt safe, knowing a ruthless murderer freely roamed their streets. Today the town is run down, and although tourists can spend the night in the Moore house, I don't know why anyone would want to. One traveler who passed through here recounts, They felt unwelcome. Even the flies were more annoying there. Perhaps that's why no civilization settled nearby. Even though there are 1,200 people currently living in the town, the nearest restaurant or grocery store other than their gas station is 15 miles away.
Worthy customers save $652 with Liberty Mutual. Who's got it?
Number 7. Centralia, Pennsylvania. Centralia
Oh.
has been
My God. Centralia! Centralia had an oopsie. You see, Centralia used to be a coal mine. Well, the residents were like, hey, we have so much garbage. We have so many holes. So what do we do when we have a town? We have so many holes and garbage. We dump all that garbage into a coal mine. Well, oopsie, somebody lit it on fire. And that fire has 60 years.
fire for decades. Yes, you heard me right. On fire. The blaze began in 1962 with a trash fire in a strip mine beneath the town. That unassuming little flame ignited an eternal hellish blaze. It burns underground to this day, and each year it grows by 75 feet in every direction. The town has been barricaded from the outside to prevent people from driving onto the collapsing roads, which are a danger even on foot. Sinkholes constantly and randomly appear, eager to swallow unsuspecting victims. And where there aren't sinkholes, there are random spurts of smoke that can kill you upon inhaling the fumes. This one might sound like something out of a video game or horror movie, and well, that's because it is. The Silent Hill franchise is based on this town, and it's a tragic story. The population of once 3,000 residents has now decreased to just 10 according to the last US Census. But nobody knows if those 10 people still live in the death trap today. Of the 400 to 500 buildings that once stood in this flourishing town, only 5 remain, and I honestly don't know why anyone would want to still live here. I mean, just look at the place. Number 6. Broadhead, Wisconsin. Broadhead is a town haunted by many dark and twisted tales. The first known haunting began after 2 men brutally murdered a helpless woman whose ghost supposedly now roams the bridge that she died on. And that isn't the only tragedy that darkens the city. A fire claimed the life of a little girl who apparently now haunts the building she burned to death in. As if that isn't bad enough, Broadhead residents have recounted numerous haunting encounters with various ghosts all over the town. Perhaps because of another tragedy that happened at what is now called Hell's Playground, where children were murdered by a mentally ill man.
Oh my God.
Eeriness and even the faint sound of children chanting have been made. And even if you don't believe in ghosts, the town here still feels creepy. Perhaps in part due to the old decaying architecture mixed with extremely religious people and lots of meth addiction. Broadhead just isn't a pleasant place to go through. Number 5. Cairo, Illinois. This one's booming metropolis sits
I heard about this in the last video.
confluence of the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. The amazing location brought a great economic success in the early 20th century, but eventually also became its demise. The Great Mississippi Flood of 1927 amassed tragedy here, and soon thereafter, many who once called it home eagerly left once rivers were no longer necessary for trade. It quickly became a ghost town. The population has been reduced to a mere 3,000 residents. Those who remain live amongst the corroding ruins of what was once a great city, now overgrown with weeds. What's even worse is that it's a town ruined by its own hate and spite. Many businesses chose to go out of business instead of integrating during the Civil Rights Movement. And even as recently as 1967,
They're undoing.
here. It's no wonder so many were quick to abandon the town. Crime runs rampant here, and just walking through the streets honestly feels like something out of The Walking Dead. Number 4. Antelope, Oregon. Oregon. Drive about 20 minutes outside of any city, and you're guaranteed to find some total weirdness. I mean, this thing, the Temple of Oculus Anubis, is just outside of Portland. But out of all Oregon's cultish, creepy, and strange towns, Antelope is by far the creepiest. I mean, the people here live with actual deer on their porches. That's a major weird red flag. But maybe they just didn't get the memo since they don't have any modern technology or much communication with the outside world at all. Now, you're probably wondering the same thing I was. Why do these people live with deer? Well, in 1981, a mystic guru guy from India known as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh bought 65,000 acres of land just 18 miles outside Antelope. And let me tell you, Oregon had no idea what was coming. It wasn't long before thousands of his followers had infiltrated the town of Antelope with their cultish ideals and eventually even voted to rename the town after Rajneesh. But taking over Antelope wasn't enough. Members of the cult began poisoning everything from restaurant salad bars to water supplies of nearby towns and even Portland and Salem. They also tried to murder several public officials. A
My
global
God.
movement eventually collapsed the cultic commune, but needless to say, the town of Antelope never quite recovered. It's a ghost town, full of decaying, empty storefronts. Only 49 people remain here as of the last U.S. Census, many resiliently still following their cultic ways, living with their deer. Number 3. Colorado City, Arizona. The misleading name isn't half as misleading as the beliefs of the fundamentalist Mormon cult gone rogue that lives here. It all started when Warren Jeffs, the leader of the church, convinced followers in this desert town that technology was satanic and everyone outside of their cult was possessed by Satan. So members of this cult needed to keep their bloodlines pure and only marry within the commune. Eventually, Jeffs was arrested for child molestation, but his ideals remain in the town. Though the rest of the world has moved on, Colorado City is stuck in the 1800s. Extreme hostility toward visitors and the entire outside world. Although the town is full of houses, they're mostly abandoned by the members of the cult who instead opt to live secretly in large compounds. The only obvious thing about their way of life is that young girls are forced into polyamorous relationships with much older men. But any other practices remain a mystery, and members of the cult make every effort to keep it that way. Number 2. Auburn, West Virginia. This is your typical spooky Appalachian small town, of which there are a lot, but Auburn, West Virginia just might be the creepiest. Located right off of State Route 74, the town of 90 residents consists of a single street lined with shack-like houses, and the road comes to an abrupt end once it reaches the woods. There's only one way in or out of the town. Why or how it got there is a mystery, and the people that live here are even more mysterious. A man on a motorcycle trip through Appalachia accounts how he stumbled across the town, which was completely silent and seemingly empty. Not a soul in sight. After coming to the dead end at the edge of town, he was forced to turn around, and as he drove back through the town, dozens of people had suddenly materialized on the porches of their shack-like houses. They stood motionless, silently watching him. He got out of there fast. Number 1. Skidmore, Missouri. At first glance, you may see Skidmore as just another decaying small town, but more and more people are leaving every year. But this town is a lot more depressing than that, especially when you know where it all started. Over 50 years ago, the notorious bully got his way into a reign of terror over the town. He literally raped and pillaged the people of it, forcing women as young as 12 into polygamous marriage. No one knew how to stand up to him. Not even the police. Until one day, someone just shot him in front of the entire town. There was an intense legal investigation, but no one in the town would say a word. The authorities eventually gave up. Skidmore was finally peaceful. For a while, but in the year 2000, Wendy Gildenwater was stomped to death by her boyfriend. Some even say she was dragged on the streets, hanging from the side of his car until she died. That wasn't the last of the town's
Thank God.
On December 16th, 2004, a pregnant 23-year-old, Bobby Jo Stinnett, was discovered by her mother, who told 911 operators that she looked like her stomach exploded. Upon autopsy, they found that the infant was cut out of her womb by another
What
lady who
the
said
hell?
she wanted a baby. For a town of just 250 residents, there have been an abnormally large amount of gruesome murders.
Basically, don't go to these towns without an AR-15 and 10 extra magazines. Just noting that down. Or just you could take an extra 5 minutes, and go around them.
And for those who do get ahead, because they have high risk factors, such as heart disease.
There's your mom.
What is going on, everyone? It is time to take a look at the most violent small towns in America. We all know big cities are filled to the rim with crime, but statistically, you have a better chance of being involved in an assault or worse in a small town. There are some amazing, quiet small towns in this country. Then you have some that need to be started over. You know, like mowed down, burnt, whatever, start them over. This list is based on the FBI's 2018 crime data report looking at towns with a population of less than 20,000 but more than 1,000. If you get into the 100s like population, a good bar fight could make it statistically look like the worst place in the country. The FBI defines violent crime as basically whacking someone, non-negligent manslaughter, robbery, and aggravated assault. There's another word that goes in here, but I don't want to be commoditized, so we'll just call it the unauthorized use of another person's body. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie to
I
you,
know.
I just don't want to trigger the algorithm. It takes a couple days to manually review it. It sucks. Anyway, this list is focused on towns that really aren't in the middle of a metro area, sort of out by themselves. As an example, if you took the city of industry, it's just mixed in the middle of the LA metro area, and it's horrible. And it's probably worse than most of the ones on this list, but it's also got horrible neighborhoods, so it's like one big mess. These ones are their own individual messes. So if you look at towns with that criteria, you gotta start with... Number 10, Henderson, North Carolina. This small town has been around for a bit. Henderson is a community that's very deep in history. It was actually settled in 1785, to be exact. Now, it's not too far from the state capital, and the place sucks. Henderson has a serious problem with violent crime, and that's why it's on this list. At nearly 15 violent crimes per 1,000 residents, it makes Henderson one of the worst places in North Carolina to live. The town had 192 violent crimes in 2018. That should be enough to tell you to stay away from Henderson. But if you still want to call a local real estate agent, you should know that they had a staggering 93 property crimes per 1,000 residents in 2018. This community has some serious issues across the board, including an elderly woman that throws rocks at cars from her porch. A local told me about this. It was great. They said that she used to do it from the woods, but as she got older, she doesn't hike into the woods by the highway anymore. Now she just hucks rocks from her porch and screams for humanity. Henderson has about 15,000 residents.
What a complete whack.
Live in poverty. That is always a factor in the crime rate of any place. Number 9, Columbus, New Mexico. The small town of Columbus, New Mexico shares a border with Mexico, and you don't want to live there. I would suggest not even driving close there. In recent years, Columbus has been a hotbed of organized crime, where there's an estimated 15% of the 2,000-person population may be involved in illegal activity. Serious legal activity, not counting like dudes and Daisy Dukes. We're talking real crime, like drug smuggling. Drug smugglers have made Columbus their home. The town's small police force is scandal-ridden and constantly in disarray, and disarray is being generous. In March, the mayor of Columbus, the town's police chief, and a village trustee were among several city officials indicted for trafficking firearms to Mexico. Like I said, don't move here. The violent crime rate is about...
That is so tall! Look how tall he is! What?
Number 8, Dillingham, Alaska. In 1881, after the United
Dillingham?
States purchased Alaska, the United States Signal Corps built a weather station near where Dillingham is today. The Army
Dillingham.
Company came in and built its first cannery in Bristol Bay right there in 1883. It's just across the river from the site of modern-day Dillingham. Operations
Dillingham. I'm sorry, I can't. Effing Dillingham.
That's it, not many. By 1903, there was a total of 10 canneries they'd built along the river, including 4 within the current city limits, and produced as much as 1 million cases of canned salmon. Most of these canneries were closed for a variety of reasons, including coastal erosion. And there is really nothing else to talk about when it comes to Dillingham, other than it's a great place to stay if you have a bail bondsman looking for you. Oh, and one other thing, they apparently don't mind assaulting each other. They have just over 2,000 residents, and last year, 38 of them were assaulted in one way or another. 19 violent crimes per every 1,000 residents in Dillingham, Alaska. I can't think of a reason to move there, honestly. I mean, you also got to worry about being trampled by a moose. That's a real worry in Alaska, I kid you not.
Surprised Peoria is not here.
Number 7, Lumberton, North Carolina. The city of Lumberton was...
Come on, what's wrong with the Carolinas?
Carolina General Assembly in 1787. So, it's been around...
So I feel like I'm doing nothing.
The town was only 20 years old when
I'm gonna try to do some more highways and some more infrastructure across plants. Nice. We have so much.
Maintained, streets aren't dirty for the most part. They have an incredibly green building. You know, the place is nice looking. They just have crime issues that nobody can fix. In Lumberton, 35.1% of the population is living below the poverty line, and they have had serious drug problems for years. Between April and June of 2017, 3 young women were murdered in the same area.
My
No
God.
one's been arrested. They don't know what's happening. The overall crime rate in Lumberton is 51% higher than the national average. There's 22 violent crimes for every 1,000 residents in Lumberton. Number 6, Doniphan, Missouri. Doniphan is in the middle of freaking nowhere, but about 2,000 people call it home, and they don't really seem to mind, I guess. They don't really seem like they're leaving. They don't lose people, they don't gain people, they're just all the same people. It is in between St. Louis and Memphis, almost the same distance, with St. Louis to the north and Memphis to the south. So if you decide you need to get to the nearest big city, your choices suck. Doniphan doesn't seem much better. Its suckage is just at a smaller scale. Google the place. They got flooding, buildings being set on fire, and 6 idiots that are like in their 50s assaulted some dude that assaulted one of their friends or something like that. That's something high school kids do. But they're in their 50s and decide to do this. The bad part of it, they didn't know what they were doing, and the guy didn't make it through the assault. That's just one of the many weird stories about this place. They have 26 violent crimes for every 1,000 residents. Remember what I said about starting a town over? Number 5, Osceola, Arkansas. Just up the Mississippi River from Memphis, Tennessee, you have Osceola, Arkansas. Here's the thing.
I'm waiting for this thing to be ready.
If the city or town isn't in the northwest corner of the state, chances are you're risking your life visiting any town or city. That part of the state is great. The rest of it is always dangerous. Sure, you can find the occasional gem, but most of the places are dangerous, like Osceola. Osceola has more than enough violent crime to go around. Recently, they had a police officer indicted after shooting 2 people during a traffic stop. And in 2017, an officer that had been suspended 4 times, fired, rehired by the Osceola Police Department, accidentally shot a 16-year-old she was chasing. It's just not safe in this town. They have 26.5 violent crimes for every 1,000 residents in Osceola. It's like they're trying to catch up with Memphis or something like that. Number 4, Española, New Mexico. It is believed that the town that began as Española was named by rail workers in the 1800s. At the time of the railroad construction, a small restaurant in the area was nicknamed La Española. This was because of the large presence of Spanish women in the area. You see, they didn't speak the language really well. I think they thought they were saying something else. Anyway, about 10,000 people call this northern New Mexico town home, and they probably spend a lot of time locking doors and researching security systems. I don't want to make it sound like this place is dangerous, but there were safer beaches on Normandy. This town appears to have never left the most dangerous towns in New Mexico list since they started making lists. They had 306 violent crimes in 2018. That gives them 30 violent crimes for every 1,000 residents. Number 3, Estill, South Carolina.
Seriously?
Is located
What? North Carolina's got some problems.
1900 when they needed a rail line between Augusta, Georgia and Savannah, Georgia. Upon the construction of the rail line, the new town of Estill was incorporated in 1905. Now, if you want to have some fun, well, it's not really fun, it's kind of gross. Google Estill crime. People appear to be getting shot every single weekend in this town. And I think it's one dude, I really do. His police sketches all over the place. I texted a friend who grew up in Hilton Head, South Carolina. It's another world away, but really it's an hour away. I asked him if he knew anything about this town, and his response was, I try not to. Then he texted me back, what the hell is going on in Estill that you're making a list about? I said, violence. He said, oh, well, they got that. He said, the town is like going back in time to the 1940s. The only thing that doesn't look like it was put there in the 1940s are the cars and what people are wearing. He said, everything else is just like it. Buildings that have been standing too long and too empty, it's just, he said, it's just a nasty place. Anyway, these people are big into hurting each other. Not all of them, obviously, but they have a good amount of idiots here. You know, in the South, you're always going to have a large majority of a town they're good people. They're good family people. They're good to each other. But for some reason, these towns always have these idiots in there that just make the whole place look bad. It sucks. Anyway, they have 34 violent crimes per every 1,000 residents in Estill. Number.
You're not excited to see 16-year-old you?
I am.
What are you eating?
Beyond meat jerky, made from plants.
Ew. You don't understand us. You've evolved
Hmm.
Number 2, Anniston, Alabama, our old friend. If you're looking for an all-star suckage, look no further than Anniston, Alabama. They appear on all these negative lists about small towns. Not just mine, everyone's. I am working on a list currently that's about towns that are losing people that may actually disappear within the next couple, 3, 4 decades. Anniston is on it. I promise, no matter what the subject is, if you research worst town lists or something like that, Anniston will be on it somewhere in the top 10. So why don't we approach this a little bit different? I mean, they know they're bad. They know things go bad. All the lists know they suck. Why don't we approach it today from a more supportive manner? So here we go. They know what they're doing. They are motivated. It's like they're on a mission or something. You go get them, Aniston. You see, they're just in such bad shape. There's no point of just talking about the bad. Let's just all accept Aniston sucks. Their violent crime rate is outstanding. I mean, come on, 37 violent crimes for every 1,000 residents. I mean, that's some work right there. Maybe next year they'll get 40. I hope so. Actually, I don't hope so, but still. And number 1, Kotzebue, Alaska. Kotzebue lies on a gravel spit at the end of the Baldwin Peninsula in Kotzebue Sound. Kotzebue served as a trading and gathering center for various communities in the region. It's on a bay with like 3 rivers flowing into it, so it made it easier for the inland residents to make it to town, hence it becoming a trading center. There's no valid reason to live here other than a court-ordered ankle bracelet. And judging from the stats, I would say there's a lot of those people. So these are the things that you can do if you visit Kotzebue, Alaska. And this is on like websites and travel sites that they have. There's a cultural arts center. Okay, that could be interesting. Fishing, I'm down. They have a hot spring and a nature preserve. Both great. And then you can finish up your stay with a visit to the Indigenous Peoples Cemetery. In the center of town, this large cemetery contains many decorative spirit houses that have been built over many of the graves here. You know, nothing's more satisfying than after a long day of not working, than sitting on your porch, having a drink, chewing on some whale blubber, and watching tourists stomp all over the graves of your relatives. Sounds like a good time. When these people aren't trying to turn a dime on the back of their dearly departed, apparently they commit violent acts against each other. And not all of this can be attributed to drinking. Kotzebue, Alaska is a damp community. This means you can bring into Kotzebue alcoholic beverages for consumption if it's in properly labeled containers and it's within your monthly limit. You have a monthly limit here, okay? It is a felony offense to manufacture, sell, possess, or barter alcoholic beverages. You can't trade a beer for like someone fixing your tire or something, I guess. Anyway, this year they're projected to have 121 violent crimes. This city barely has 3,000 people. That's about 40 for every 1,000 people in the city. I can't think of a reason to visit this city above the Arctic Circle. They have some wind farms. Okay. I don't know. Stay away from Kotzebue, Alaska. And that should be pretty easy because it's kind of hard to get there. Alright, so that is my top 10 most violent towns in the United States for 2019. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you got some information.
Top 10. I guess this is 2020. Where's housing progress? Oh.
What is going on, everyone? Let's talk about the housing projects. American history and urban lore filled with stories that came out of the projects. Every major city has or still has some form of public housing. During the Great Depression, the United States started looking into housing projects as a solution to the slums and the economic troubles the United States was facing at the time. One misconception was that they were designed and built for minorities and the poor. Not originally. The middle class was getting battered during the Depression, and the government decided to step in. The government-funded housing projects all began with the mission to end slums, provide affordable, safe housing options, and save families from ending up on the streets. It didn't always end up that way. Since the 1970s, some of the worst have been taken down and replaced by better types of public housing. You see, at some point, we realized that huge towers with a whole bunch of people that were struggling was a nightmare. You had 10% of the residents being criminals and 90% were decent families living in fear of that 10%. They became out of control, and the only good thing that really ever came out of them was, I don't know, great crime movies, great crime TV, great rap and hip-hop, normally rapping about great crimes. There is a great video about the history of those projects from a channel called City Beautiful. I'll leave a link below. Today's video is about 10 of the most notorious public housing
This monium
in the
field
United
is
States
proven to be
both past and
extremely
present. They're in no
beneficial.
particular order,
I think I've
just in
pumped
a
out
million which one is
almost
the worst.
two,
I mean,
four,
really,
600
how
of this
can you
stuff
tell
out.
which one is the absolute worst? Just by reputation? That doesn't really seem right, so we're just going to list all 10. Alright, let's take a look at the worst United States housing projects of all time. Number 10. Magnolia Projects, New Orleans. When you hear or see things about New Orleans, it always seems to be about the Saints, a hurricane, Bourbon Street, or Mardi Gras. The Big Easy is so much more. It has Cajun food, jazz, and some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the country. New Orleans always seems to be a medalist in the homicide Olympics we have here in the United States. Magnolia Projects, aka CJP projects, definitely saw their fair share of death and violence over the years. Magnolia Projects were the epicenter for gang activity through most of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. It was so bad, in 1990, the New Orleans Police Department had to put a police station in the projects. When Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005, Magnolia was evacuated and the projects were abandoned except for the homeless that had wandered in after everyone left. In 2008, the last Magnolia buildings were demolished and it was replaced by a new housing development called Harmony Oaks. That sounds so nice and pleasant. Harmony Oaks. Sounds like a resort. Number 9. Pruitt-Igoe, St. Louis, Missouri. Pruitt-Igoe started off on a good note. It was designed by the same guy who designed the World Trade Center. So that's kind of cool. Pruitt-Igoe started moving people in 1954, even though the whole thing wasn't completed until 2 years later in 1956. It was originally... Yeah, really, keep in mind this was Missouri in the 1950s, and that was sort of normal for this part of the country back then. This was a failure not too long after opening. A lot of it had to do with the elevators and the design of the building. The original design by the architect Yamasaki was for various types of buildings. Walk-ups, high-rises, low-rises, mid-rises, all of it. It was all designed really nice with parks, all that good stuff. And then the government got involved. The Housing Authority came in and made all kinds of changes, including a uniform 11-story building. So they were all these 11-story buildings. The elevators only went up 3 floors. Each building, yeah. So
oh
when
boy.
3 floors, you would have to get out, walk to the other end of the building.
Oh, that would suck.
Go up another 3 floors if you lived on, let's say, the 10th or 11th floor. Yeah, that sucks. Some people would just take the stairs. All this moving around and people going different ways led to a big problem. People were being mugged on the regular in stairwells, in the corridors.
That sucks.
The crime was insane and the buildings were falling apart. In 1971, Pruitt-Igoe only had 600 people living in 17 of the original 33 buildings. That same year, federal authorities agreed to demolish part of Pruitt-Igoe. By 1976, the whole thing was a pile of debris. Number 8. Queensbridge Houses, Queens, New York. Queensbridge has been such a mess over the years that you could actually take a walking tour now. Sort of like one of those historic battlefield things. An organization known as Jane's Walk organizes public walking tours through the Queensbridge complex. The tours last about 2 hours and it covers the project's violent history as well as rappers and NBA stars that lived here at one point. I mean, I don't think you'll live there once you play the NBA. Queensbridge is located in Long Island City and is the country's largest government housing project with over 3,000 units and just under 7,000 residents. It's still open today. In 2005, a gang known as the Dream Team was arrested in the Queensbridge complex. They were making $10,000 a week in pharmaceutical sales. In March 2015, a public elementary school, which most of the students there live in Queensbridge, had a tutoring session led by a group of teenagers. Well, they decided to set up a fight club, pitting first graders against each other while they watched and placed bets. Yeah,
what?
Quality education there. Number 7. Marcy Houses, Brooklyn. If you ever want to learn about Marcy Houses, just listen to the music of its most famous past resident, Jay-Z. Yeah, this is where he grew up and where he got his start. He's pretty much covered the violence and the, pharmaceutical trade of this place quite a bit. Marcy Houses or Marcy Projects is in the Bed-Stuy neighborhood of Brooklyn. It has 1,700 apartments with more than 4,200 residents. Marcy Houses is known for being dangerous, run down, and overcrowded. Don't go here. I know there's wonderful people living there, but there are some scary people and some scary things going on there that should probably be avoided. The good news is, just kidding, there is no good news about this place. Number 6, Jordan Downs, Los Angeles, California. Our first stop to the Los Angeles area is the projects of Jordan Downs, constructed in the Watts neighborhood of Los Angeles as temporary housing for workers during World War II, but converted to public housing in the early 1950s. We had a lot of people coming in after the war to the Los Angeles area. Everyone was heading west looking for work and a better life. That meant a lot of the inner cities kind of clearing out of Chicago, New York, St. Louis, places like that, and they all headed west. A lot of them ended up in Los Angeles. They needed houses, and a lot of these temporary housing units that we put together for World War II, the shipbuilders or whatever, this was also one of the key places for the Watts riots back in 1965, and throughout the 1980s and 90s, it was just a place for gangs. Growing up in Southern California, you knew this was not a place you needed to be, at night or during the day. The homicide rate in and around Jordan Downs is consistently one of the highest in the state and in the nation sometimes. This is also a really interesting thing. It's one of the only places that's named after longtime residents. David Starr Jordan and Samuel Elliott Downs were two of the area's oldest residents. So they named the projects after them. I wonder how they feel about it now. They're not alive, in case you were wondering. So I'm sure they're not feeling much about it. Number 5, Nickerson Gardens. Staying in the Los Angeles area, not too far from Jordan Downs, we have Nickerson Gardens and its 1,000 public housing units. Nickerson Garden consists of 156 townhouse-style buildings made up of single-bedroom units, and it was completed in 1955. Nickerson Gardens is the largest public housing development west of the Mississippi River. Yeah, pretty big. The complex occupies the blocks of Imperial Highway and Central Avenue and southwest of 111th Street and Compton Avenue. It is on the border of both Watts and Willowbrook. All those words that I just said describing the place, to anyone from Los Angeles, they're almost like danger warnings. Imperial Highway, Compton Avenue, Watts, and Willowbrook. Those are 4 words you never want to hear. It's almost like me saying, that is a skunk porcupine with rabies and a switchblade. You should stay away from both of them. The complex was one of the many locations featured in the action thriller film To Live and Die in Los Angeles. I've been in this one. I was in the military for the 1990s riots in Los Angeles, the Rodney King thing, and we had to do patrols in a couple of the different ones. I've been in this one. The people seemed nice. At the time, they didn't appreciate us being there, but they were pleasant. It's still a pretty scary thing, and it's a dangerous place. It's gotten better over the years, but it's still...
Brownberry small slice. I wonder if this has the same quality ingredients as the original whole grain bread.
Great question.
Still pretty scary. Number 4, Robert Taylor Homes, Chicago. Robert Taylor Homes opened in 1962 with 16 high-rises and about 27,000 occupants at its capacity. Over 70% were children. 90% of the units were single-parent households. It was only about 5 years after completion that Chicago realized this place was a really bad idea. The Chicago Housing Authority called portions of these projects the worst slum area in the United States. Yeah, they actually said that. Chicago's crime rate hit its peak in the 1990s. Robert Taylor Homes were a nightmare for the people that lived there and the city of Chicago. They put a lot of resources into this place, and eventually they couldn't take it anymore. In 1993, it was estimated that the likelihood of you being the victim of violent crime in the Taylor projects was 1 in 14. That is just violent crime. That's not all crime. Some of the worst cities right now are 1 in 30 for violent crime. The demolition of the Robert Taylor Homes began in 2002. These days, just a grass field. Number 3, John DeShields Homes, East St. Louis, Illinois. East St. Louis is one of the worst cities in the United States.
It is.
Violence, and John DeShields projects are the worst in East St. Louis. From 2000 to 2018, there was almost 500 homicides in East St. Louis, and over 1/5 were within 1 block of these projects. The 2 housing projects in this area, John DeShields and John Robinson, have the most shots fired any other place in St. Louis.
Seriously?
Or East St. Louis. John DeShields Homes had almost double the amount of homicides than any other project in East St. Louis in 2018 and 2019. This place is so dangerous, they put a turnaround on the off-ramp of the freeway. Yeah, if you get off the freeway by mistake and you realize where you're heading, there's a quick turnaround so you can get right back on the freeway. Number 2, Techwood Homes, Atlanta.
I'm an idiot. I could have exchanged.
Housing project, and it was built to replace a shanty town known as Tanyard Bottom or Tech Flats. It was completed on August 15, 1936. One past resident said it didn't have to be as bad as it was. Said it was horrible. People were living in overcrowded, run-down buildings like animals. Graffiti, trash, and gang violence was part of life in Techwood. Except for a few historic buildings, Techwood Homes was demolished in 1996, right before the 1996 Summer Olympics. It is now a mixed-use area called Centennial Place. The first phase opened in 1996, right before the Centennial Olympics in Atlanta. See, that's where they got the name. Centennial Place, Centennial Olympics. Moving on. And number 1, Cabrini Green, Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah.
It's probably the worst. While researching this one, I read about some truly horrible crimes that went down in this place. Cabrini Green comprised of several sections built over a 20-year period, starting with the Francis Cabrini row houses, which was 586 units built in 1942. Cabrini Homes Extension, with almost 2,000 units and 15 buildings, was built in 1957, and then
I'm gonna make
finally in
82 more steel.
1962, William Green Homes, which were a little over 1,000 units, were built. In total, Cabrini Green covered 70 acres and was located in the city's north side. Not too long after its construction, problems started to develop in the complex. Poverty was just horrible here. Gang violence was just everywhere. It was horrible. That's just the gang violence. There was normal violence with just weirdos in this place. Like I said, I did far too much research on this one. But in 1981, then Mayor Jane Byrne and her husband decided to move into the Cabrini Green projects to display her solidarity with the residents. She lasted 3 weeks before moving out. The violence that plagued these projects was horrible. The residents were fearful of leaving their homes. In addition, besides the everyday violence in Cabrini Green, it was also the setting for the 1992 horror film Candyman. The director said that he chose the location to film because it was a place of such palpable fear. Yeah, that's always nice when a director directing a scary movie says where you live is just so scary it's fitting. That's great. Demolition of Cabrini Green began in the late 90s with the final high-rise portion of the failed housing project coming down in 2011. Late 1990s to 2011. Took them a while to take those ones down. Alright, that's the video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hope you got some information out of it. Do yourself a favor. Don't look up any of the crimes that went down on some of these ones. They're really, really bad. And, yeah, they were kind of upsetting when I read them. But
oh crap, now I'm gone down the rabbit hole of looking at US towns. You know, it's good because one day I'm gonna probably become a traveler. And, when I say I'm gonna become a traveler, like, I'm planning on going around the United States, probably. I estimate that all the stuff I'm going to be doing could probably lead to me having upwards to 100,000 miles on my car. Even more. I want to travel the interstate system, explore the old Skyray network, the microwave Skyray network. I want to go explore towns. I want to do everything. You know what? I think I am a little bit ambitious when I say this. I want to try to explore as many towns as I can before I die. That would be insane.
In 15 years, you drink about 15,000 cups of coffee. So Colgate created...
There is one problem, however. I don't drink coffee. I mean, I've drank coffee before, but I just don't regularly drink coffee.
Colgate Optic White Pro Series.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to World According to Briggs. Today we're going to take a look at the worst places to live in the United States for 2021. This list is really my opinion from all the research that I've done over the last year. There are different things about each city and each state that, in my opinion, should make you look elsewhere when planning to relocate. Some are big cities in the United States, and some not so big cities. To be fair and state the obvious, no place is 100% horrible. Any location on the planet has its good. Good people, good land, depending on your preference, good weather, but they also have negatives that sometimes outweigh all the good things going on there. Now, I'm sure there'll be people that think some of the places on this list shouldn't be here, and some people will think that I've missed a whole bunch. I would love love to hear about what you think in the comment section below. Tell me which ones you think should have been here. Tell me which ones you think should have not been on here. Basically, change my mind. On this list, we won't be going by any specific stat or anything like that. I'm going to give you some stats, but it's not like we're just going by poverty. We're just going by crime. This one is just an opinion on what I've learned over the last year of research. All right, let's see what we found. Number 10, Portland, Oregon. Portland, Oregon was the promised land for a lot of young people starting about 20 years ago. Young people were flooding into the Rose City and its metro area. I was one of them in 2010. About 5 years ago, the shine started to dull, and that sort of sucks when you remember the good old days of 2010. Civil unrest is ridiculous. Homelessness is at a crisis level. Violent crimes on the rise. With all those negatives, rent is still far too expensive for Portland, Oregon. A lot of companies are moving out of Oregon because of the unrest we had over the summer and everything else like that. Unrest, I'm saying that because, you know, there were protests and there were riots. Put them together, it's just unrest. In 2010, the crime rate was a tad over the national average. Right now, it sits at 131% higher than the national average. They'd be lower on this list, but the wages are high, and they're about average when it comes to poverty and unemployment. Portland, Oregon still has a lot to offer, just not right now. If I was still living someplace else and wanted to become one of the 645,000 that already live in Portland, Oregon, right now I'd think twice. I'd wait probably a couple more years, because it'll calm down, it'll get back to normal. Right now, it's not a good plan. Number 9, Jackson, Mississippi. Jackson doesn't have much to offer anyone but maybe a bail bondsman. There's 166,000 people that live here, and I'm sure most of them wish they lived someplace else. Compared to other state capitals, Jackson is one of the worst.
I've heard about Jackson.
Some neighborhoods is staggering, and a lot of that has to do with the unemployment rate being 70% higher than the national average. The poverty rate in the state capital of Mississippi is 103% higher than the national average. I saw an economist one time when I was in college, and he talked about different indicators on city or state is not doing good. He also talked about neighborhoods. One thing he said about neighborhoods is the amount of overgrown lawns is usually a good indicator that the neighborhood is suffering, unemployment, things like that. The real estate market sucks. He said about cities, one of the first things you notice when a city or state doesn't have funding for almost anything, it's the streets. That brings me to a trucker I know who goes to Jackson at least once a month. Being a trucker, he said normally you complain about the traffic in any city, any major city. He said in Jackson, it's the streets. They need some serious work. He said there's too many hastily fixed potholes and not enough resurfacing. On top of that, Jackson isn't really doing well in schools, and their crime is completely out of hand. Stay out of Jackson. Number 8, Pahrump, Nevada. Pahrump, Nevada is an unincorporated place in southern Nevada along the California border. People often move to Pahrump for the low cost of living. Low cost of living in hot weather normally attracts the retirement crowd. Let me tell you right now, if you're retiring, think about Pahrump. It's not worth it. Pahrump has one of the poorest quality of life rankings in the United States. From 2016 to 2019, they had more than double the drug-related deaths than the national average. It's hard as hell, and it's nothing but dirt roads. The unemployment rate in Pahrump is 45% higher than the national average, and the poverty level is 25% higher than the national average. Now, yeah, it's not as bad as some of the other ones that have been on this list, but there's nothing here. There's nothing but rocks and dirt, and you're in the middle of the freaking desert. There's 36,000 people living here with a violent crime rate that's 81% higher than the national average. Number 7, Douglas, Arizona. Douglas is a small city of about 17,000 people in southern Arizona along the U.S.-Mexico border. This is another place that people are moving to for low cost of living. Not enough people moving to there because they're still shrinking in population. We'll get to that later. Douglas has good people. It's very much a family kind of city. There's a lot of families that have been here a very long time. It's one of those places where you meet someone and they have 13 cousins living in the neighborhood. It's really nice. But the problem is the poverty rate is double that the national average.
My God.
40% of the residents not able to make ends meet. And that's with the low cost of living. They still can't get by. 14% of the households live on an income less than $10,000 a year. That's the
My God.
That's more than double the 6.
That should be straight up illegal.
Their crime rate is kind of weird. The violent crime rate is 83% lower than the national average. I talked about Douglas in a video not too long back, and I said, Douglas, you're safe, your house isn't. And that's because the property crime is 80% higher than the national average. People are leaving Douglas at a pretty good pace. The population dropped 6% in the last 5 years. This has led to really low real estate values. You can get a house here for around $100,000. That's livable and ready to move in. Sure, probably not a lawn because this is a very hot place. It's mostly dirt rocks and cactus, but still, it's under $100,000. they're still in really bad shape. The downtown has shown promise, like I've said before, and that's cleaning up. The surrounding neighborhoods, they're still in really bad shape. There's two stats that tell the whole story about this one. It's 150%
Crime rate.
for each of them. The crime rate in Detroit is 152% higher than the national average. Their
My
rate
God.
is 118% higher than the national average. Yeah, that's scary. Their unemployment rate, here's the other thing, 150% higher than the national average is their unemployment rate. Yeah, don't move to Detroit. I have family that live in Detroit. I didn't know they were still living there until like a year ago, but you know, their neighborhoods are okay, but they agree there's some pretty straight up scary places in Detroit. Number 5, Washington, D.C. Have you watched the news lately? Bad things are happening at the nation's capital as we speak, and in my opinion, the unrest will calm down, but it won't go away anytime soon, if ever. Besides the fact that protests and riots are bad and possibly dangerous, they have other effects. The biggest one is traffic. Protests, in all its forms, always seem to screw up the traffic. Traffic in Washington, D.C. is already a nightmare. Combine that with a good old-fashioned protest, and you're sitting there forever. Now, Washington, D.C. is already...
I remember once I went to the White House, and literally there was so many people out there protesting. That was before, that was when Trump was in office.
And it's just going to screw that city up for a very long time. But the housing is probably the worst thing that you could look at it statistically, and it's 140% higher than the national average. Yeah, that's rough. Number 4, Los Angeles. I was born and raised in Los Angeles.
Traffic.
I know that's pretty good. Los Angeles sucks, but it's great at the same time. I know it sounds weird, just how it is. There's always something to do. The weather is always good, and you're never too far from a great day at the beach. As I record this, and it was in the mid-70s all last week. So what's the problem? Well, depending on how you like things, there can be a lot of problems. You like standstill traffic? If you
Yep.
do, you'll be in heaven in Los Angeles. If unhealthy air quality gets your motor going, call a moving company and find out how much it is to get your junk to LA. They got plenty of that. You like paying $500,000 and up for a house that's still got bars in the windows? I think you'll like LA if you said yes to any of those. If none of those things float your boat, I'd advise staying away. On top of all that, the crime's always been out of control, and so has the homeless situation, which in recent years has gotten even worse. But like I said, they got nice beaches and great weather, so I mean, it's up to you. I wouldn't move there again.
Get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out. Rip them. Track them down. Crack them out too.
Number 3, Chicago.
Yeah.
As much as I hate to admit it, because I love Chicago and its pizza. The south side of Chicago
Hot dog?
is so bad it brings the entire city down.
I remember when my grandpa used to live here, and he moved out because it was just so bad, and he had a injury. I mean, the coast of Chicago is pretty fine. Hell, it's where Route 66 begins.
Lowering your crime rate, and you're still only doing better than 5% of the country. Yeah, Chicago has people flooding out there because of the crime, overpopulation, and cost of living. None of that's going to change in 2021, probably 2022, 2023.
And the segregation back in the 1960s really screwed up Chicago.
I honestly think it's just going to get worse. The cost of housing and cost of living are just going to continue to climb there. And the crime, you know, it's getting better, but it's got a long way to go. Number 2, New York City. New York City has only had 2 census in its history that had actually lost population. The 1960 census and the 1980 census. 1960 was when we started to see the effects of the suburbs. After World War II, people started abandoning the big cities and moved to these new communities called suburbs. Those started popping up after the war, and we could really see the change after the 1950s. The 1960s showed it. In the 1980s, New York City lost over 10% of its population because the 1970s sucked so bad in New York City. Trash was piled up, crime, overcrowding were just some of the issues that New York City was facing. It is estimated that they may only have gained 1% population in the 2020 census when it's complete. And if it stays with its current trend, by the 2030 census, they predict that they could lose up to 20% of the population. Now this is happening all through New York, but New York City especially. So why is it happening? You can get a lot of different answers for that one, but it's going to be one main reason most of the time. The cost. Both housing and
San Francisco.
it just costs.
I was doing a project for my teacher last year. Great teacher, by the way. we need to talk after college, honestly, because we're like really good friends. Anyway, I was doing a project for my teacher, and one of the projects was seeing the cost of living. I go to San Francisco. You want to know? And I have to go. She said, pick 3 places. And I didn't hear. She said, pick 3 good places. So I just kept on doing San Francisco to see how bad it was. The cost of an average house in San Francisco is $1.4 million.
To live in New York City, and it's starting to show. They basically priced everyone out of the city. Not everyone, but a good portion of the city's leaving because it's just too expensive. And that's pretty much the same story on number 1 on this list. We'll get to that in a second. But New York City has always been one of the places people want to move to. Now, it's just the Big Apple lost its appeal. It's too bad, because it is a great city with great people. It's just too darn expensive. Alright, before we get to number 1,
New Orleans?
hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and ring that little bell thing so you know when we upload it. Alright, on to number 1. And number 1, San Francisco.
Yup.
The San Francisco area has changed our world with all its computers, programs, apps, and devices. All those products made a lot of people very wealthy, and a lot of the people that work on those products make a buttload of cash too. This has led to an unimaginable rise in everything. Cost of living, housing, name it. This also helped increase the homeless situation in San Francisco. Let's take out the stereotypical homeless person out of the equation. You know, the people that are struggling with addiction or the mentally troubled people living on the streets. Now, they're always going to be there, and it's too bad, don't get me wrong, and they need help. Another part of the homeless landscape are people that are living in cars because they have jobs in the city, but they can't afford a place to live, an apartment, whatever.
I can't afford you. You're not an idiot for not having a house. You're not a stupid loser for not having a house in San Francisco. It's so expensive.
Sucks for anyone making under $100,000 a year. And it's
It will suck.
Making under $100,000 a year and you're living in the city, you probably have 5 roommates and you're living in a 2-bedroom apartment. That's just too bad. San Francisco, every time I've been there, it's been a beautiful city. Yes, there are homeless everywhere. It's too bad, and I'm not blaming them, and I'm not faulting them for anything. They're in a bad situation. Some can be helped, some cannot, and you just have to do what you can for them. San Francisco is a mess, and its cost of living is the main factor in all of it.
It is
It's not
awful.
changing anytime soon, so in 2021, don't move there.
Top 10 best cities. Aye.
Next, Deli from Hot Pocket. Ham and cheese on delicious bread, a must-pack for every parent. We now go to Matt, currently stuffing his face.
Deli Witch from
Hot Pocket!
Awesomely. What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to our year-end video. Today we're going to do something a little bit different. 2021 is predicted to have the highest percentage of Americans looking to relocate, more than any other year. The economy has been wrecked by a pandemic. People are working from home or not working at all. We've had riots, protests. Joe Exotic's zoo is now owned by Carol Baskin, his nemesis. 2020 has been a nightmare for a lot of people, and they want change. Especially Joe Exotic. He's still in prison, and he's hoping to get pardoned at the last minute for the president. So, if you're one of the people looking for change, and your name's not Joe Exotic, where are you going to go? I get no less than 10 emails a week from people asking for advice on where they should look. And that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to list what places are, and probably will remain, great places to relocate to in 2021. This is going
I'm not locating to a city.
based on things I've learned researching this year's videos. We'll go over some of the stats and tell you why I think these are great places to relocate to. So in no particular order, here you go. Number 10, most of Wisconsin. Now I say most of Wisconsin because this is very little crime, great families.
Except for Matt.
It's just Milwaukee and, you know, some of the other cities have a little
What's
bit
it called?
There's certain areas in Milwaukee you should probably avoid, but the rest of the state is great. So much so that it is one of the states with the least amount of outward migration by people born and raised here. There's some weird stats about how when people get out of high school and they go to a university in Wisconsin, they choose a state school more than any other state per capita. And when they graduate, they usually find jobs in the state. People from Wisconsin know this is a great state. They love this state and they don't want to leave. Wisconsin is great for families that are looking to relocate to start a new life that can handle some cold weather. It gets cold here. But you have great cities like Eau Claire, Green Bay, Appleton, Madison, and like I said, the Milwaukee suburbs in most cases are really, really nice. You just
That's great to
Number 9.
hear.
New England, excluding Connecticut. Other than cold and Connecticut, it's kind of hard to find a lot of bad things about New England. New England states are amazing. They get cold and they can get expensive, but everything else about these states are great. Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Massachusetts, pick one and move there. If you're the outdoor types, look at Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. If you're looking to live in a city, Boston is a great city. It is very, very expensive, but it's a great city. There's a lot to do in New England, and I think in a lot of cases it's overlooked, especially by people on the West Coast. It's not even on their radar most of the time, and that's a shame. New England has a lot to offer, great places to live. Their rural communities are outstanding. Connecticut, like I said, has some problems. It has some crime, more than any other state in New England, but oddly enough, Connecticut has some of the richest neighborhoods in the country. There just seems to be no middle-class neighborhoods. It's either really nasty poor ones or extremely wealthy ones. It's weird. Number 8, Overland Park, Kansas. So, Kansas City doesn't have the best reputation, and Overland Park is a suburb of Kansas City in Kansas. And the state of Kansas is known as being one of the most boring states in the Union. But here's the thing. Some
I'm never
Kansas
moving to
City
Kansas.
suburbs are outstanding. Overland Park,
And it might be a little bit, like paranoid of me, but I'll never move to Kansas for one reason. It starts with a T. And if you know what I'm talking about, you probably already know what I'm about to say. Tornadoes. Due to the massive threat of tornadoes, I don't see myself wanting to live in Kansas. I'm not saying Kansas is a bad state. But still, yeah, you know.
statistically is one of the best cities in the country right now. Great for family, great schools, low poverty, next to no crime. They have jobs. Cost of living is decent. Niche.com actually ranks Overland Park as the best city to buy a house in America. They're the absolute best right now. And they don't have terrible weather. It does get cold, but the summers are nice, and the spring is amazing. Number 7, Bend, Oregon. Bend, Oregon is a great place for people that are younger, I would say. There's a lot to do here. It's an amazing city for people that like beer and the outdoors. Bend is slowly getting filled up with people that have outgrown Portland. You know, the people that thought Portland was kind of cool in their 20s, they start getting around 30, they're all, I don't want to deal with this nonsense anymore. So they leave and they head to Bend, Oregon. Bend, Oregon has a lot of things that are appealing, but cost of living is pretty decent. Housing isn't crazy expensive. Schools are great. It's one of the healthiest cities in the country right now. Crime and safety is decent. They've got jobs, but the great outdoors and beer are what's bringing people in to Bend, Oregon. You have Mount Bachelor just west of the city, which is nothing but great skiing. And then you have the Deschutes River that flows right through town. This, you can float on it, boat on it, fish on it. It's big for fly fishing. Maybe not as much around Bend, but up and down the river, you can do some serious fly fishing. There's a great channel called Hermit's Outdoors, which is a friend of mine. He does a lot of videos on the Deschutes River. You should check those out. I'll leave a link below. On top of all that, Bend, Oregon has the last remaining blockbuster video. Yeah, they really do. Number 6, Charleston, South Carolina. Charleston is a great city, especially if you're a history buff. They've got tons of colonial history and Civil War history that you could spend half your life learning about. That's how much they have here. It's crazy. And it's a beautiful city. Like all cities, they have some rough spots that you probably should avoid. So stop typing. We all know that. Charleston is a coastal city with tons of history and a lot of tourism dollars coming in. They have jobs. They got some poverty, not crazy poverty, but it's there. Their schools are decent, and houses are affordable in most cases. You can get a decent house for you and your family, 2-3 bedrooms, 2 bath, something like that, or in the neighborhood of $220,000. That's ready to move in. That's decent. I mean, sure, they go up, way up. This is a coastal city after all, but you can get nice livable homes. Let's just say under $250,000. That's all in the suburbs. The city itself does get expensive, but it's still such a nice city. Charleston is one of my favorite cities just to walk around and look at. The architecture of this place is some of the best in the country. This place in Savannah, I really like Savannah, Georgia's architecture. These are just two cities that you just walk around and look at all the time. Statistically, Charleston is a nice place to live. things to do, cost of living isn't crazy, crime isn't crazy, unemployment's decent, housing is decent, and the schools are decent. Now, they're not knocking it out of the park on any of the stats, except for maybe amenities. They have plenty of things to do. This is a coastal tourist town. A lot of the dollars flowing into Charleston are tourism dollars. So if you work in the hospitality industry, hotels or something like that, this is a good place to take a look at. Number 5, Charleston, West Virginia. That's right, 2 Charlestons in a row. Some of you just spit out your drink because you still think West Virginia is filled with hillbillies and out-of-work pill fiends. Well, the truth is they still have their backwoods folks, and the pill thing is so 2017. West Virginia and Charleston, for that matter, turned the corner on the pill thing a few years back. They're doing a lot better. They still have a problem, but it's so much better. They were in bad shape with that and poverty because of the coal industry fading away. For a lot of years, West Virginia is someplace people want to avoid. These days, Charleston, at least, not so much. Charleston is a city with decent public schools, decent housing, it's a good place for families, the commute is non-existent, their cost of living is very low, they have outdoor activities everywhere, their crime and their safety is middle of the road, but it's definitely not considered really bad. Now here's the best part about it, the cost of living and cheap housing. Because of the lack of jobs that they've had over the years, housing and cost of living is really low in all of West Virginia, and especially Charleston. If you work from home, you're a remote worker, Charleston is the perfect city for you. They have decent internet, and if you're not paying a lot for a house or rent or whatever, this is a good way to save some money. Move to Charleston, you probably fall in love with the place and stay there forever. Now, don't get me wrong, they do have some problems, but nothing near what they've had in the past. They're doing a lot better. So stop typing. I'm She-Hulk. Prepare to smartphone.
Oh god. Woke Disney.
Typing. Number 4, Lake of the Ozarks, Missouri. If you made a triangle with the points being St. Louis, Kansas City, and Springfield, Missouri, right in the center is Lake of the Ozarks. This is an amazing place to live. Number 1, the lake is huge and it goes on forever. It almost looks like a river from the satellite because it's just kind of long and whips around. It's really neat, as you can see right here. Now, what's really cool about this place? The cost of living is dirt cheap all around this area. They have a ton of towns dotted all around the lake, like Osage Beach, Lakeside, Lake Ozark, one called Hurricane Deck, Sunrise Beach, Village of Four Seasons. They've got all these little places you can live. Some of them are communities or whatever, but this is the best part about living here. You can get property, just, a handful of yards off the lake for under $50,000. Nice, decent places. You got to put your own house there, maybe a tiny home, or buy a home that's already built there. You can find land here for under $50,000.
That's pretty great.
You can find decent homes all over the place for around $200,000. They're just dotted around the lake. Now, if you want beachfront property, that's still pretty cheap considering you're looking at, in most cases, somewhere around $400,000. Or right on the water, you got a private dock. I love this place. I'm actually going to go out there probably next summer because, 2021 might still be a nightmare. 2022, I'm definitely going to go out and visit Lake of the Ozarks. If this is a place you're interested in doing, there's a great real estate agent that I've talked to a few times. I'll leave her information down below. Number 3, San Diego. So, San Diego's on the list, but keep one thing in mind. You gotta have some money to live here comfortably. It is one of the more expensive cities in the country, but it's also one of the most desirable cities in the country. San Diego's considered to have the best weather in the United States. And I agree with that one. Every time I've gone down there, it's maybe overcast, but most days it's sunny. Anyone in the Navy knows that you want to end up in San Diego at some point. They've got nice military bases all around there, but the city itself is beautiful. Stat-wise, like I said, cost of living is through the roof. Everything else is decent. Average schools, average employment, average crime, but plenty of things to do. That's their big strong point. A+ in amenities. You'll never get bored in San Diego. Number 2, Idaho. It's no secret Idaho has become a very popular go-to state. People have been migrating to Idaho for the last decade or so, in big numbers, mostly Californians, which irritates the hell out of most Idaho natives. But you know what? They got a good thing going on there, and that's going to draw people in, just like California drew people in for decades and decades. Now California's not as desirable, they're all heading other places, and Idaho is one of the most popular. But it's not just Californians. People are moving there from Colorado, Utah, Oregon, and Washington. They have great cities with really low crime in most cases. Don't point out that some little place in Twin Falls had a series of shootings, okay? They have amazing outdoors. If you like to hunt, fish, camp, boat, this is the place for you. Actually, another big one that's really popular here, and I know a lot of people that do it, they go camping on horseback. That's pretty interesting. Kind of like the old West days. Idaho is a great place to live, and that's why a lot of people are heading there. And yeah, they also have a decent cost of living, and housing prices are always pretty good in Idaho. Not sure how much longer that's going to go on because, I mean, as people move in, prices will go up, and that's kind of what's bothering the locals. It happened here in Oregon. Oregon used to be a pretty sleepy...
I'll be right back.
place, and then somewhere around the 80s, people
Avoid these
decided they needed
cities.
to move here.
The 7 cities?
I think the benefits package that we provide does support people in their well-being. My philosophy is, if you take care of your employees, they're going to take care of you.
Well,
What if we could see cyber threats in real life? Yesterday's technology can no longer stop them.
These are the 7 worst cities in America, folks. Places that are expensive, with deteriorating economies, with lots and lots of crime. If you're thinking of moving, you probably don't want to move to these cities. And if you already live there, you probably want to get the hell out. In this video, we're going to take a look at hard, objective data from sources such as the FBI, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and Zillow on why these areas, these 7 cities, have such a poor quality of life and why these are the worst 7 cities in America. I know a lot of you out there, you're looking to move to a new city, find a place that's affordable and growing. You're looking potentially to find a new place for real estate investment. If that's the case, you definitely want to avoid the 7 cities we're going to talk about on this list. So without further ado, let's get into the data. So many of you who follow me on this channel, you consistently ask 2 key questions. You constantly want to know these 2 things. You'll comment on it in the comment section here on YouTube. You'll send me emails. You'll message me on Instagram. By the way, you should follow me on Instagram if you haven't already. You'll ask me these 2 key questions. The first is, what is the best place to move to in America? I know a lot of you are looking to get out of the cities you're currently in, and you're looking to move to new cities that are more affordable and that are growing. The second thing a lot of you ask me is, what are the best places to invest in real estate, where if I buy a real estate investment property, I'm going to feel secure, it's going to appreciate into the future. And for those of you who ask those questions, I wanted to make this video because there's some definite places in the U.S. that I would totally avoid for both
whether it's to invest in real estate, I wouldn't touch the cities we're going to cover in this video with a 10-foot pole. And why don't I like these cities for either living or for investment for real estate purposes? Well, it's quite simple. It's because these cities have what I call the ugly trifecta. Now, you might be wondering, what's the ugly trifecta? That's kind of interesting. It's three things that you really don't want in a city if you're either going to live there or invest there. Number one is expensive, high cost of living. These are places where the typical home price, which is data that I get from Zillow, is very high compared to the typical local wages, which is data that I get from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And when you're in a city with really high home prices and rents relative to wages, that's really bad for society. It means that people locally are really struggling to save, they're struggling to make ends meet, they're struggling to kind of make it grow in society. And in addition, it also means that your real estate market could be highly overvalued if all of a sudden home prices are really high relative to wages. Second point that's problematic for these areas is a
I need to make
deteriorating
an elevator.
economy. A lot of them, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, have very high unemployment rates, meaning that a lot of people who are looking for work cannot find work in these areas. Additionally, many of them have lost a lot of jobs, not just over the last 12 to 18 months during the pandemic, but also in some cases over the last 5 years. And if you're in a city where it's hard to find a job and people are moving out and losing jobs, that's obviously not good for the city as a whole or the real estate and housing market. The third thing is crime. These cities have lots and lots of crime, particularly violent crime. Murders, rapes, and burglaries. We're going to be analyzing violent crime data on these metro areas directly from the FBI to see which ones have the highest violent crime rates. Boy, it's not pretty in some of these areas. Now, if you guys stay tuned to the end of the video, I'm actually going to show you how you can access some of this data for yourself so you can figure out how your city is doing. But before that, we got to get into the 7 worst cities in America, so let's roll. We're going to lead things off with a city that all of you have heard of. Many of you have probably been to it. This is arguably the most famous city in the world. It's one that has gone from a place that everyone wants to move to a place that everyone wants to leave, and that is New York, which is, of course, spearheaded by New York City and Manhattan. The city that never sleeps, the Big Apple. Well, turns out that the Big Apple is kind of turning into the rotten apple over the last couple of years. Economic prospects for New Yorkers have been deteriorating significantly, especially since the COVID pandemic, and over the last 2 years, the job losses in New York City are at their highest levels since the Great Depression. The unemployment rate across the metro area is 8%, one of the highest in America, indicating that if someone wants to find a job, particularly in the leisure and hospitality industry, they're having a very difficult time doing it. At the same time, if someone is lucky enough to have a job, they're going to have the privilege of paying some of the highest home prices and rents in America. In fact, the typical home price in New York is almost 10 times more than what the average worker makes in a year, making it one of the most relatively expensive places to live, not only in the U.S., but also in the world. It means that if you do have a job, you're really struggling to save money. Most of your paycheck probably goes to rent and your mortgage, and if you don't have a job, you're struggling to find one. And this problem has gotten really bad over the last 12 or 18 months since the pandemic, when there's been a lot of stored This is a city where it's a very dark place to live in quite literal terms, because actually during January and February there's only about
Anchorage?
6 hours of daylight in this area. And where am I talking about? I'm talking about Anchorage, Alaska. A lack of sunlight in Anchorage over the winter is extremely depressing, almost as depressing as the sky-high violent crime rates in the metro area. According to data from the FBI, the violent crime rate per capita in Anchorage is the highest in America. There's no other place where you have a higher chance of being a victim of murder, rape, or assault. More than 1 out of 100 people in Anchorage is a victim of violent crime every year, meaning that if you live there for any extended period of time, you very likely will be a victim of violent crime. In exchange for living in a place that's perpetually dark and with a lot of violent crime, you get a very mediocre economy. There's been lots of job losses in Anchorage over the last 5 years, as well as actually above average cost of living. The typical home price in Anchorage is $330,000, 10% more than the U.S. average. And so you're actually paying a premium to live in Anchorage to deal with all these things. I know it's not a place that I would want to live. Our next city on this list is very similar to Anchorage in terms of sky-high violence. Its climate is completely different. Instead of perpetual darkness and cold weather, we have perpetual sunshine and hot weather. Where am I talking about? Albuquerque, New Mexico. Most of you are probably familiar with Albuquerque through its portrayal in 2 shows, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, where you track characters like Jesse Pinkman, Walter White, and Saul Goodman rise up through the dirty, seedy underworld of Albuquerque in terms of drug dealers and gangs and crime. And it turns out, actually, that the portrayal of Albuquerque in these shows is very accurate, because the city, the metro area, has the 3rd highest violent crime rate of any area in America. So Anchorage is number 1, which we just talked about. Memphis is number 2. Albuquerque is number 3. And so if you work, say, in a convenience store or a gas station in Albuquerque, you have a high chance of maybe getting robbed or held up, all for the privilege of earning $24 an hour, which is what the average wage is in Albuquerque.
My God.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. A measly $24 an hour. That's one of the lowest in America. At the same time, the typical price of home, while not overly expensive, isn't exactly cheap either at $270,000, while economic growth prospects are fairly mediocre with a 5.9% unemployment rate. Hopefully you guys are sticking with me so far. If you're enjoying the content at this point, make sure to hit the like button. When you do that, it gets these videos more exposure on YouTube and actually enables me to produce 1, more of this content going forward, and then 2, enhance the production quality. You'll notice in this video, this is the first time I actually have stock footage of these cities. I plan to do that more in the future now that I have a subscription to Shutterstock. If you enjoy that and you want to support the channel, make sure you hit the like button. So we got the first 3 cities out of the way. Big one in New York, and then 2 small ones in Anchorage and Albuquerque. Now we're moving to the top 4, which is primarily large cities. You're going to pretty much recognize all of these areas, especially the 4th worst city on this list. Goes by the Golden City, the tech capital of the world, as well as the most expensive place to live in America. Where am I talking about? San Francisco. Put simply, people who live in San Francisco can't afford to live there. The typical price of a home in the Bay Area is $1.3 million. That's the highest in America.
Went up to 1.4.
4 times higher than what the U.S. average is. So we're talking a cost of living in San Francisco that is just astronomical and really has no comparison. Unfortunately, the wages in San Francisco don't come close to enabling people to afford these prices, because according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the typical worker only earns $81,000 a year, which means that that typical worker would need to earn 17 years of wages in order to buy their home outright. Remember that in America, the average is around 5 to 6 years of wages to buy a home outright. In San Francisco, it's 3 times that at 17 years. Additionally, the gas prices are super high, as much as $5 a gallon. The cost of food is super high, and so if you're the average person, or the average family in San Francisco, you are not saving any money. You are really struggling. You're living paycheck to paycheck in a city that increasingly has deteriorating economic prospects. Lots of people have fled the San Francisco area over the last 2 or 3 years. It's in one of its historical downtrend cycles of migration. That means that the labor force has declined, and even though the unemployment rate of 5.7% doesn't look so bad, prospects for real economic growth and success, unless you work in the tech industry, are pretty much non-existent in San Francisco. And unfortunately, not only do citizens of San Francisco have to deal with the worst cost of living in America, as well as mediocre economic prospects, they also have to deal with the worst homelessness crisis in the U.S. Homelessness is absolutely rampant in San Francisco. I was just there 2 or 3 months ago. I filmed a video there for my YouTube channel, which you should check out if you haven't gotten the chance. And due to this high level of homelessness, as well as the fact that most people are struggling to make ends meet in San Francisco and struggling to survive, there's a very high level of theft. In fact, San Francisco has the 5th highest rate of larceny and theft in America. Roughly 1 out of 25 people in San Francisco in a year will be robbed, according to data from the FBI. And that's actually something I saw firsthand, because when I went to San Francisco 2 or 3 months ago to film that video, I actually met up with some friends who had their car broken into and $2,000 worth of items stolen within 2 hours of being in San Francisco. So this is a place that's extremely expensive, has a mediocre economy, and has one of the highest crime rates in America. I don't know why people choose to live there. Now, many of the people who do choose to leave San Francisco and the rest of California actually end up in the third worst city on this list. This is a place that for decades and decades has been a magnet for people who move out of California, move out because of the high costs. But now, unfortunately, all of a sudden, this city, which used to be affordable, is becoming very, very expensive. Where am I talking about? Las Vegas, city of sin. Las Vegas is a city and an economy that's driven pretty much solely by its leisure and hospitality sector on the Las Vegas Strip, which is a very low-wage and cyclical economic industry that is in a big downtrend right now. The unemployment rate in Las Vegas is over 80%, and tens of thousands of jobs have been lost since the pandemic, meaning that the average worker in Las Vegas is struggling to find a job, and if they do have a job, chances are the wages aren't high enough to afford the cost of living, because the typical price of a home in Vegas has gone from about $220,000 in 2016 all the way to $380,000 in 2021, a 67% increase. Meanwhile, the average hourly wage in Las Vegas has only gone up by 20%, from $24 an hour to $26.50 an hour over the same span. So we have the cost of living increasing at 3 times the rate of wages. That's not a good thing for a city, especially when there's also lots and lots of crime. Data from the FBI shows that Vegas is at the 80th percentile of violent crime in America.
Yeah.
And that
God, I realize my mic is muted. I need to go get a rail cart before I keep digging any further. Like, you just think I'm going to get stuck down there if I don't get one of these things. So if you're asking what am I trying to achieve, I'm trying to build a borehole that'll go straight to the core. No, not curve, straight to the core. I estimate that time to get to the core could be about 30 seconds. So here's what I'm gonna do. I have a smart idea. Okay, I'm trying to plug it in. I am failing horribly. Come on, buddy. I have a better idea than that. I have kind of a smart 300 IQ idea. Alright, so now I'm powering that. I'm gonna trade. What? Yeah, very back. This is so weird. When I'm saying like this is straight down, like I'm being serious. Like this is like 90-degree angle straight down. It's so straight down. That's messing up my camera. See? Aye. We're cool. Any resin down here? I'm gonna need it. Like just straight down. I have a good possibility of Hey. I am about to attempt something extremely dangerous. Not really extremely dangerous, but just dangerous in this game in general. When the moment I break through this layer cavern right here, it's just gonna be a drop. It's like basically like a death drop. Yeah, sure. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared. I have a good possibility of dying from what I'm about to do. Dude, it's like... Oh, yep, here go the mushrooms. Bye. Woo! We did it! I got it. No. This is so weird and trippy. This is most aligned elevator in Astroneer. See you on the other side. Or not. Come on. Yeah, please convert it to the other can. Bye. Crap, there's a poison plant nearby. I'm spooked. Boom. Is this the core layer? Oh, Oh. .99% of people are probably that probably have like watched that don't even know what's happening. Well, I guess now I have the bragging rights to say I've built a railroad track down from the North Pole to the core of Saiva. That's not... Well, guys, I just built a railroad down all the way to the core. Alright, we're about to do a timer. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. One minute and 15 seconds. We've done it. A minute and 15 seconds. And that's slow. That is slow. Not even with the engine. Crazy part about it. Nice, that was fun. So now we have an elevator down to the core of the planet. I'm going to go play, and I'm gonna go eat my dinner, and I'm gonna probably play some Minecraft. Thanks for watching, guys.